Chapter 776, Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance. Gu En stayed at the Gathering Flower sect for 3 days. Accompanied by Jiang Qiong, he toured the sect, and the whole process was very pleasant. When he returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless, the disciples were discussing something. It was that the demon emperor was kneeling outside the dojo, wanting to join the beginningless. The demon emperor was already famous throughout the world. Additionally, his brave stand against the dark god had won him the world's favor. The disciples of the beginningless and the people of the Nine-Spirit dynasty all admired him, so they let him in. Of course, there was another reason. The demon emperor's rise was so legendary that it was incomprehensible. He had no famous teacher, no significant background, and yet he became the great emperor of the demon race. And just when he was about to sacrifice himself, Ancestor Master Wuxia intervened, making the world speculate that there might be an unknown relationship between them. As for the demon emperor, Guan did not plan to take him in. When Zizai came to ask for his opinion, he frankly said, "I don't plan on taking disciples for now. If he wants to cultivate at the beginningless, he can stay. If he has other plans, he should give up on those ideas early. He is destined not to belong to the beginningless because he is the demon emperor." Upon hearing this, Zizai suddenly understood. Yes, the title of demon emperor was not given lightly. As the leader of his race, he would have to return to the demon race sooner or later, which did not fit the rules of the beginningless. Since founding the Sword Sect, Chen Chuan could no longer use the title of a disciple of the beginningless. If the Sword Sect encountered difficulties, the disciples of the beginningless would not assist him. However, the world knew he was taught by the beginningless, which made them somewhat wary. Without the identity of a disciple of the beginningless, no matter how great Chen Chuan's talent was, he couldn't have founded the current Sword Sect. If another demon emperor were added, the beginningless would become a behind-the-scenes force manipulating the world. And Zizai knew that Gu En did not have such intentions. Otherwise, the ruler of the world wouldn't have been the Dao court, the supreme sect wouldn't have been unable to join the 9 major sects, and the Tai Tsang dynasty wouldn't still be a second-rate dynasty today. Understanding the dangers, Zizai saluted Gu En and then turned to leave. Gu En then walked towards his house. He intended to write the life of the dark god into books and distribute them to the human world. He would divide the experiences into different books, forming mythical stories. Whether someone could string these myths together in the future was uncertain. Witnessing history and looking forward to the future was something Gu En now enjoyed. With immense strength, he feared no enemies and could observe the evolution of all things from the perspective of a bystander. This perspective was interesting, like looking back on history but also being able to participate, which was a wonderfully powerful feeling. Gu En could bear the consequences of anything he did in the celestial spirit great world now, but he merely did not act. The desires of mortals he could fulfill at will. Now he indulged in higher desires. No action and following his heart. He would not interfere in the red dust in daily life, but if he encountered something displeasing, he would act as he wished. Gradually, Gu En grasped a realm that was unclear, indescribable, and unrelated to cultivation levels. He had a premonition that reaching this realm would bring him immense joy. After entering his house, he picked up his pen. Instead of writing immediately, he sought that feeling. After a long while, he began to write. He was not just writing the dark god's story, but also his own journey of seeking the Dao. These books would later be filled with Dao intent. Anyone in the world obtaining just one would have the qualification to achieve the golden immortal Dao fruit. Search * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the years to come, the celestial spirit great world was in a state of recovery, and after the great catastrophe, the destiny of the world soared. The human world ushered in new creation. The new creation trend was the increasing concentration of spiritual energy and the increasingly powerful cultivation aptitude of living beings. Heaven and earth were like the body of a living being. After enduring hardships and surviving, it became stronger. Unlike the previous era of battles for supremacy, after the calamity of the Dark Divine Sect, the 9 major sects no longer fought each other. Instead, they formed an alliance, the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, to jointly govern the order of the world. They also absorbed other sects, constructing rules to control the forces of the world. These rules were not domineering. All living beings in the world were jubilant, welcoming the arrival of peace. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance later revealed the grand pattern of the world ruler. They even invited the Demon Emperor to become one of the Alliance hierarchs to win over the hearts of the demon race. This news made the demon race thrilled. This human world was dominated by the human race. Having the power to rule the world was a good thing for the demon race. Thus, another 1,000,000 years passed. The celestial spirit great world underwent earth-shaking changes. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance established many cities in the outer void. At every moment, cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the celestial spirit great world, and the celestial Tao light layer above it became even more brilliant, symbolizing that the celestial Tao destiny had reached a higher level. In the universe, on a meteor, there stood a grand tower. On the terrace of the tower, the demon emperor, dressed in red, was playing the qin. In front of him was the bright moon, and the stars adorned the sky behind the moon, as beautiful as a painting. 1,000,000 years had passed. The demon emperor transformed from a disciple of the dark divine sect to one of the hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, and his demeanor had greatly changed, majestic yet elegant. A figure appeared behind the demon emperor. It was true monarch Qitian. Demon Emperor, another demon cultivator from the other great thousand worlds has broken in. This demon's bloodline is extraordinary. Do you want to take a look yourself? True monarch Qitian asked. He was now the demon emperor's first disciple, and working for the demon emperor, he was the most powerful demon under him. In the world, neither he nor the demon emperor was the strongest demon, but backed by the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, they were the most powerful demons in terms of influence. The demon emperor did not stop his movements and softly asked, "What's different about him?" "That demon seems to possess the primordial physique." True monarch Qitian replied, his face full of envy as he spoke these words. The primordial physique is a general term for a category of powerful physiques, including the primordial cause and effect body, the primordial chaos body, etc. These bodies have a high comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth, their qi blood is far beyond that of other beings in the same realm, and their Tao fruits form unique Tao patterns. The primordial physique? I indeed have to see that, the demon emperor replied. He wasn't in a hurry to see that demon and continued to play the qin. True monarch Qitian did not leave either. He looked at the demon emperor, his eyes turning, and said, "Demon Emperor, Sword God Liya has come to visit the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. It is said that he is deeply protected by ancestor Master Wuxia. Should we invite him as a guest?" He always harbored lingering thoughts about the beginningless, but sadly, the demon emperor was rejected by ancestor Master Wuxia, and he had given up the path to the beginningless. The stories of Liya and ancestor Master Wuxia were widely known. It was said that Liya and a reincarnated body of ancestor Master Wuxia were once fellow disciples, and for this reason he was always protected by ancestor Master Wuxia. Liya's talent was mediocre, but he became the sword god, the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Many people believed that this was related to ancestor Master Wuxia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777. The Unprecedented Pathsword God, Liya. The demon emperor repeated the name in his heart, full of envy. Sar the Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ever since he recognized that the primordial ancestor was the one who enlightened and passed on his cultivation technique to him, he had wanted to join the Wuxia sect. Unfortunately, he failed. And Zizai explained to him the reason for the primordial ancestor's refusal, and he felt it was reasonable. He couldn't give up his identity as the demon emperor because he wanted to achieve great things for the demon race. Although he understood, the demon emperor always kept the primordial ancestor in his mind. After becoming the alliance hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, he collected many legends and stories about Wuxia, which led him to learn about Liya. It was said that the primordial ancestor valued Liya greatly, even more than the protection of the Wuxia disciples. How could he not be envious of such treatment? You can invite him, but don't be too insistent. Instead, invite him to visit my residence. If he is unwilling, don't force it. The demon emperor mused, and true monarch Qixin's face broke into a smile. Drawing Liya to his side was more important to him than recruiting geniuses from the Outer Heaven demon clan. True monarch Qitian didn't salute, immediately disappearing from the spot. The demon emperor was accustomed to his personality. Although they were master and disciple, they were more like friends, without many formalities between them. The melodious sound of the zither echoed again, and the demon emperor's thoughts floated back to a long time ago. At that time, he was just a little black dog, trembling as he followed behind the primordial ancestor. As time passed, he now stood at the pinnacle of power in the celestial spirit great world. He was thinking about how he could satisfy the primordial ancestor. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. In a courtyard, Guan and Xiaolan were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. Xiaolan was recounting her recent experiences. The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance invited me to be the Alliance hierarch. At first, I was surprised. Am I really qualified? But guess what? The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance has 108 hierarchs. Any major event or decision requires a vote by the hierarchs, and there is no absolute dictator. Xiaolan sighed. As a prodigy once supported by the Dao court, she was still well known among the upper echelons of various major sections. If she could join the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, the Alliance could claim to be inheriting the Dao court's legacy, which would help the Alliance better govern the world. Unfortunately, Xiaolan only wanted to seek the Dao now and no longer wanted to participate in power struggles. The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance is built on the rules of the Dao court, even more refined. I think they have a good future. The human world doesn't have to be in constant conflict. After speaking, Xiaolan looked at Guan. She knew Guan could see the future and wanted to know his opinion of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance. Guan poured tea while saying, "The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance is indeed good. It will bring long-lasting peace to the human world, even surpassing the holy court of the time." Xiaolan, having regained memories of her past life, knew the situation during the holy court's rule. She curled her lips and said, "Although the holy court was the overlord of the world, it didn't bring peace to the human world. In my opinion, they weren't even as good as the Dao court." Guan smiled and did not refute. Xiaolan then shifted the topic to the Xiao family. The genius from the Xiao family with the Tai Chu physique had already risen and become the backbone of the family. Not long ago, he also went to the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance to cultivate. The struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 great worlds continued, with cultivators from other great thousand worlds infiltrating the celestial spirit great world. This also gave the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance the opportunity to learn about and explore the outer heaven. By searching for resources in other great thousand worlds, they strengthened the celestial spirit great world, which also shifted internal conflicts, with all the aspirants venturing into the outer heaven. Great cultivators went to the outer heaven, giving the younger generation more room to showcase their talents. Geniuses emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, writing their own legends across the land. Brother Gu, what do you think the next catastrophe for the human world will be? Xiaolan asked curiously. During the chaos caused by the Dark Divine sect, the Xiao family had also been attacked. Even her cultivation level couldn't withstand the Dark Divine sect. If it hadn't been for Guan supporting them, she and the Xiao family would have been long gone. Guan said crossly, "It's only been peaceful for a few years, and you're already worrying again. There aren't that many catastrophes. 1,000,000 years is not a short time. Ask any mortal spirit, and events from 1,000,000 years ago are already ancient legends to them. Your feat of destroying the Dark God is probably also considered a myth now." Xiaolan's eyes widened as she spoke seriously. She felt Gu An's perception of time had become blurred. 1,000,000 years was a long time, not only for mortal spirits but also for her. Guan laughed. "Then you can rest assured. The next catastrophe comparable to the Dark Divine sect is far off." What about the struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 Great Worlds? The struggle for the Son of Heaven poses no threat to the celestial spirit Great World. Hearing Guan's response, Xiao Lan felt an absolute confidence, the kind of confidence that completely disregarded the sons of heaven. She couldn't help but feel the curiosity that had arisen many times before. How high was Guan's cultivation level? Brother Gu, we haven't sparred in a long time. How about a match later? Xiao Lan asked, her eyes burning as she stared at Guan. Sure, but I won't go easy on you. Guan agreed, thinking that since Xiao Lan was eager, he would have to put her arrogance in check. Xiao Lan didn't take his threat to heart and began to look forward to the upcoming battle. It was sunset when Guan returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. He was in a good mood, humming a tune. The thought of Xiao Lan's desperate expression made him want to laugh. This live's Xiao Lan had extraordinary talent. After not encountering a worthy opponent for many years, she had strong confidence in her abilities. She didn't dare to hope to surpass Guan, but if Guan suppressed his cultivation level to the same realm, she felt she could put up a good fight. Unfortunately, Guan did not grant her wish, pressing her down the entire time. Before parting, Xiao Lan's eyes were full of resentment as she looked at him. It made Guan think about drawing her expression, as it would be quite interesting. As he walked, a figure appeared ahead, approaching Guan, Fairy Yaoxian. Guan smiled and greeted the approaching figure. Because Fairy Yaoxian was the Tao companion of the Emperor of Eternal Life, he did not take her as a disciple. This made the Wuxia disciples often speculate about the relationship between her and Guan. Fairy Yaoxian came up to Guan, raised her hand in salute, and then asked, "Do you think Zur can rival the primordial Tao Emperor and the Daoist Emperor?" With terrifying talent, although Zue did not inherit his father's immortal Emperor's eye, his talent and comprehension were not inferior to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Now he was the second strongest disciple, second only to an Xian, with even the blood prison great saint not being his match. Guan pondered, there has never been such an existence in the past, but if he wants to try, it's not impossible. Perhaps he can forge a path unique to him. Fairy Yaoxian nodded and asked, "I want him to go to the primordial emperor domain to train. What do you think?" "You are his mother. You decide. Why ask me?" Guan shook his head with a smile. Fairy Yaoxian looked at him steadily and pressed on, "You don't oppose?" Guan nodded, saying, "If he is willing and you have plans for him, then let him go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 778, Chaos Scripture. 2 days later, Sin stepped into the World Gate to pursue the primordial emperor domain. This matter did not cause much of a stir in the Daoist field of the beginningless. Guan could have sent Sin to the primordial emperor domain with a wave of his sleeve, but he did not do so and instead let Sin find it himself. Sin was full of anticipation for this. He had originally wanted to invite the Blood Prison Great Saint to join him, but unfortunately, the Blood Prison Great Saint adamantly refused. Sin's departure did not affect Guan's life. He continued writing the Daoist book about the Dark God. Over millions of years, he did not write it in one go. He wrote when he felt like it, and when he didn't feel like writing, he took breaks, traveled the human world, and cultivated his temperament. He originally intended to only write about the Dark God, but as he wrote, he included the mythological stories of the Dark Heavenly Court from the Dark God's memories, making the work increasingly voluminous. He was already looking forward to spreading these Daoist books throughout the human world. His casual gifts could greatly change the structure of the world. In fact, many of the top great cultivators in the human world had received his guidance and inheritance. Some of these great cultivators were aware of this and were filled with gratitude, while others had not yet realized this, attributing all their achievements to their own talent and destiny. Time continued to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 million years had passed. 2 million years were enough to change the world, but for the struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 Great Worlds, it was not a long time. The struggle for the Son of Heaven continued, and it was still unclear who had the hope of winning. In such a war situation, countless living beings perished. On the summit of Human World Peak, the heaven-defining peak, Guwen was reminiscing with his old friend Baizia. Back then, when Guwen first ventured into outer heaven, he met Baizia, who, like Hongya Zi of the misty immortal court, was very enthusiastic and even invited him to join Human World Peak. Before becoming invincible in the celestial spirit great world, Human World Peak had given Guwen much help. Being nostalgic, he never severed ties with Human World Peak. Human World Peak did not know that he was the supporting Dao Sword Venerable, which made his stay very pleasant. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, Baizia had roamed outer heaven and gained much. Now, he was already a divine thought true immortal, capable of protecting himself in the outer void. As a living being from before the world was reshaped, his talent couldn't compare to today's geniuses, but he still grasped the world's opportunities, advancing rapidly in cultivation. Before the world was reshaped, with his talent, reaching the level of a divine thought true immortal would have taken much more than millions of years. That senior told me that other great thousand worlds are in unprecedented turmoil, with battles everywhere. Even beings beyond free immortals are like cannon fodder in such wars. Baizia sighed, having learned about the struggle for the Son of Heaven from a cultivator he befriended in the outer void, who had escaped from another great thousand world. Of course, he hadn't yet encountered the struggle for the Son of Heaven himself. He had only heard about the chaos it caused. Guwen listened intently, feigning curiosity. Baizia, coming back to his senses, looked at Guwen curiously and asked, "Fellow Daoist Meng, even though we've known each other for over 10 million years, I still don't know your true cultivation level and origin. Could you be from another great thousand world, having long foreseen today's catastrophe, and thus stayed in this human world?" Though they hadn't been very familiar, Baizia trusted Guwen because Guwen had been very responsible for heaven-defining peak, helping it rise to prominence, earning a great reputation. Guwen shook his head and laughed. "I'm not as formidable as you think. My cultivation is just one great realm higher than yours. I have no enemies and nothing to avoid. It's just my nature. I'm not fond of conflict, and life at Human World Peak is pleasant to me." "Is that so?" Baizia was half believing, half doubting. Guwen took out a blue-covered book from his sleeve and said, "I obtained this book during my travels overseas. It was given to me by a cultivator who called himself the Immortal Seeker Daoist. He said I would meet someone who was destined for this book. I've studied it for a long time and haven't found any clues. Why don't you take it and try?" Baizia accepted the book, looked at the cover and read aloud, "Chaos Scripture?" Just the name sounded extraordinary. He immediately opened it to look inside and quickly frowned. He looked up at Guwen and asked, "Why does this seem like a story rather than a cultivation technique or divine skill?" "Indeed, I found it puzzling as well. Anyway, I've remembered the stories inside, so I'll give you this book. If you also can't make sense of it, you can pass it on to someone else in the future." Guwen replied. The Chaos Scripture was the Daoist book Guwen had written based on the experiences of the Dark God. Although it seemed to be mere stories, it contained the Dark God's insights and Dao intent at various stages. In other words, the Chaos Scripture was equivalent to the lifetime insights of a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Such an opportunity was difficult to come by, even for a celestial god. There were over 10,000 volumes of the Chaos Scripture, most of which had already been distributed by Guwen in the human world. These Chaos Scriptures had already changed the future of the celestial spirit great world, leading to the birth of many beings who would surpass the heaven-encompassing free immortal and help the celestial spirit great world to reach the top level of great thousand worlds, comparable to the Taiwei great world and the Taiching great world. Guwen wasn't looking for anything in return. He just found it interesting and did what he wanted to do. When he met Baizia by chance, he handed him one of the volumes. Whether Baizia could grasp it depended on his own destiny. If he passed the Chaos Scripture on to someone else, it would mean that he wasn't destined for the opportunity. After flipping through a few pages, Baizia put the Chaos Scripture into his storage pouch, looked at Guwen and smiled. "Anyway, thank you for your gift. I will study it seriously when I return." He didn't think Guwen had been fooled by the Immortal Seeker Daoist, as Guwen was a free immortal. Guwen smiled and nodded. The two chatted for another hour before Baizia took his leave. Shortly after he left, Zhu Xinglan, the first disciple of heaven-defining peak, came into Gu In's courtyard. The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance had invited Human World Peak to be guests and attend a grand Dao lecture assembly covering the Celestial Spirit Great World, with dozens of profound Yuan-free immortals invited. It was said that even heaven-encompassing free immortals would appear. After receiving the invitation, Daoist monarch Yongyan, the master of Human World Peak, invited the masters of various peaks to join him. Guan had no interest in this and asked Zhu Xinglan to go in his place. Search * the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhu Xinglan wasn't surprised. Guan had refused many such opportunities, silently wondering if his master even took heaven-encompassing free immortals seriously. Having been together for so many years, Zhu Xinglan always felt that his master had an extraordinary origin. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Daoist monarch Yongyan thought the same, which was why they tried hard to win Guan over, afraid he might leave. But they never connected Guan to the supporting Dao Sword Venerable, as everyone knew the supporting Dao Sword Venerable was in seclusion at the Daoist field of the beginningless. Little did they know they had once suspected this, but Guan had erased their thoughts through invisible means, and they hadn't even noticed. After Zhu Xinglan left, Guan did not leave heaven-defining peak and began to gaze at the celestial vault. Son of heaven, I hope you have some sense. Guan thought silently, seeing a son of heaven heading towards the celestial spirit great world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779. Xianyuan Human Venerable, Merciful Hanging Old Immortal. In the dim turbulence of the great Tao, a majestic fire phoenix was flapping its wings forward, and atop the phoenix's head stood two figures. One of them was Emperor Xianyuan Human Venerable. He wore a golden robe, emblazoned with a divine beast similar to a qilin, and a curtain pearl golden crown on his head, appearing like an emperor. Yet, with the fluttering of his robe, the air of transcendence and immortality was undeniable. His features were both handsome and elegant, and his brows exuded an aura of unrivaled arrogance, his posture equally imposing. Beside Xianyuan Human Venerable stood an aged immortal in a white robe, his back hunched, holding a peachwood staff with a peach blossom hanging from its top, emanating an aura of immortality and wisdom. Stroking his beard with narrowed eyes, he stared ahead. This was Immortal Elder Xian, an immortal monarch who served Xianyuan Human Venerable, his cultivation level being that of a Miao Zhen Daoyuo immortal. Your Highness, our journey to the celestial spirit great world may encounter unexpected changes. Immortal Elder Xian spoke with a tone of concern. Xianyuan Human Venerable gazed ahead and said, My struggle with the great immortal divine Yuan has reached a stalemate. If I do not seek new strength, I shall only become more passive. Hearing this, Immortal Elder Xian sighed deeply. Search * the novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The battle had reached this point, and his unease grew stronger. At this critical juncture, there was the threat of Chaos Power's attack, which was truly unfavorable. Meanwhile, the clash between Xianyuan Human Venerable and the great immortal divine Yuan could not be halted. Both sides were in a dilemma. I divined the celestial spirit, but the destiny I calculated was ordinary. Yet, comparing it with the past, it appears unusual. Most importantly, many immortal gods have gathered there, even Tai Immortal Monarch is present, Immortal Elder Xian continued. Upon mentioning Tai Immortal Monarch, his eyes revealed coldness. They were both immortal monarchs, and the relationships between immortal monarchs were intricate. After all, everyone aimed to ascend, inevitably obstructing each other's path. Tai Immortal Monarch, huh? I heard he has been seeking Emperor Xianqing. If he remains in the celestial spirit great world, might Emperor Xianqing be hiding there? Xianyuan Human Venerable raised an eyebrow and asked. Mentioning Emperor Xianqing, his tone bore no change, as if referring to an insignificant person. Immortal Elder Xian replied, Emperor Xianqing has already appeared in the misty immortal court, which is operating to aid his return to the celestial court. Perhaps all this is Father Emperor's plan, Xianyuan Human Venerable snorted coldly, revealing a hint of jealousy in his tone. Immortal Elder Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile, refraining from further comments, for he did not dare to continue this topic. Alright, since we're here, let's head to the celestial spirit great world. Regardless, gaining the power of another great thousand world is always beneficial, Xianyuan Human Venerable stated solemnly, leaving Immortal Elder Xianxia with no choice but to nod, though his gaze grew more uneasy as he looked ahead. He had a lingering feeling that their journey to the celestial spirit great world would bring trouble. However, they were immortal gods. They would not perish, at most be sealed. Xianyuan Human Venerable, being the son of heaven, if sealed, the celestial court would quickly sense it. Following Xianyuan Human Venerable, he would not die, only endure suffering. The two immortals fell silent, and the fire phoenix beneath their feet began to accelerate. They traversed the turbulence of the great Tao, entering a realm of darkness. Deep within the darkness was a bright star, the only light guiding the fire phoenix forward. Before the world gate, the celestial spirit god, who was meditating and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, gazing at the world gate with tightly furrowed brows. He sensed an overwhelming celestial Tao destiny approaching, more intense than that of the eternal life venerable, causing him to feel secretly alarmed. The eternal life venerable is a supreme immortal. This meant the approaching being's immortal position was at least supreme immortal. His unease grew. The only entities capable of attracting a supreme immortal to the celestial spirit great world, besides Guan, were Tian Hao, who, though departed, was born in this great thousand world, with causes and effects that could not be erased. As he hesitated, a group of cultivators flew from the void behind him, numbering over 10, led by a man in a black robe. Chen Chuan was among them, his gaze fixed on the world gate. The group swiftly landed behind the celestial spirit god, respectfully bowing to him. Master, after careful consideration, we still believe that exploring other great thousand worlds through the world gate will better aid the development of the celestial spirit great world. If you have concerns, you may express them, and we can deliberate further. The black-robed man spoke. His name was Taiji Yuan, the Grand Hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, a heaven-encompassing free immortal. He was not a native of the celestial spirit great world. He hailed from another great thousand world. Taiji Yuan had become the Grand Hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance not solely due to his cultivation. During the years when the Dark Divine Sect ravaged, he saved countless beings and was even gravely injured by a dark heavenly god. His deeds had spread widely, making him a mythological war god in the human world. Behind him, the dozen cultivators were all hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, as was Qin Chuan, and now the Sword Sect had merged with the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The celestial spirit god did not respond to Taiji Yuan, nor did he turn around, leaving the hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance puzzled and increasingly anxious. As Taiji Yuan was about to speak, the world gate suddenly emitted a dazzling light, startling them into widening their eyes and turning their heads. Before they could react, a vast pressure radiated from within the world gate, instinctively instilling reverence in Taiji Yuan and the others, causing them to kneel involuntarily, including Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan, upon kneeling, suddenly awakened. He attempted to rise but was shocked to find himself paralyzed. How could this be? It was Chen Chuan's first time experiencing such suppression. The pressure did not induce fear but rather an inherent sense of reverence and longing. Not just him, the others felt similarly. The celestial spirit god followed suit, half kneeling, with hands clasped in respect towards the world gate. A screech sounded from within the world gate, followed by a surge of fiery flames, immersing Taiji Yuan and the others in an inferno, rendering them unable to escape, only to watch anxiously. Amid the raging flames, two figures emerged from the radiant celestial Tao light, precisely Xianyuan Human Venerable and Immortal Elder Xianxia. Seeing the two immortal gods, Taiji Yuan, Chen Chuan, and the others lowered their heads, unable to gaze upon the true forms of the immortal gods. At this moment, even their divine senses could not extend outward, filling them with awe from the depths of their souls. Who were these two? How could they evoke such an inconceivable response? Could it be they were also immortal gods? The voice of the celestial spirit god followed. Celestial spirit god greets your highness and immortal monarch. May I ask the reason for your highness' visit? Your highness? If the Son of Heaven addressed him as your highness, he was surely an immortal, with a status far superior to that of a celestial god. Chen Chuan pondered deep within, feeling uneasy. He wondered if the arrival of this immortal god would bring trouble to the celestial spirit great world. Celestial spirit god, right? I heard Ziwei Immortal mention you. Xianyuan Human Venerable's voice echoed, indifferent in tone. The celestial spirit god remained silent. Xianyuan Human Venerable continued, I have come to the celestial spirit great world merely to observe. No need to overthink or follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Immortal Monarch Ambition. Hearing the words of Xianyuan Human Venerable, the celestial spirit god felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He could confirm that Xianyuan Human Venerable had come for Guan. Although he had been serving Guan, he did not know much about him. So powerful, yet not belonging to the celestial court. It was hard for the celestial spirit god to dismiss the possibility that Guan had a grudge against the celestial court. The Son of Heaven was different from other immortal gods. If the Son of Heaven was suppressed, it would be absolutely impossible for the celestial court to remain unaware for millions of years, like with Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 immortals of Jindong. This is big trouble. The celestial spirit god's mind was in turmoil, but Xianyuan Human Venerable said no more, brushing past him. The celestial spirit god raised his head, his gaze meeting that of the old immortal Zixuan. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. The old immortal Zixuan cast a meaningful glance at the celestial spirit god, then silently followed Xianyuan Human Venerable. Taiji Yuan, Chen Chuan, and the others still could not raise their heads. When Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan passed by, their chi blood almost solidified, and even their souls trembled. At that moment, they felt an extreme agony, with every breath seeming as long as the 4 seasons. Only when the auras of Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan completely vanished did Taiji Yuan and the others feel relieved. They stood up, turned around, but could no longer see the figures of Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan. Taiji Yuan looked at the celestial spirit god, who had his back to them, and asked, Celestial god, who were those two just now? The celestial spirit god turned around, looking at them expressionlessly, and said, Do not inquire. This is a great cause and effect that you cannot entangle yourselves with. As for your request, I approve, but the quota is limited. Only 100 places every century. Handle it yourselves. Hearing this, Taiji Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately bowed to the celestial spirit god and then took his leave. Chen Chuan and the others followed suit, quickly catching up with Taiji Yuan. The celestial spirit god stood still, watching them leave. At this moment, his heart was in great torment. He wanted to go and inform, but he knew that if he dared to leave the world gate, Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan would surely notice. However, on second thought, with Guan's cultivation level, he would surely be aware of the arrival of these 2 immortal gods. His gaze fell upon the celestial spirit great world, which appeared so peaceful. The cause and effect and destiny of heaven and earth showed no changes, everything seemed so eerie. Sar the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The celestial spirit god sighed and then sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, in a group of pavilions among the mountains of the human world, Tai Immortal Monarch appeared out of thin air. The purple dragon star monarch followed, appearing by his side. This aura cannot be mistaken. The Son of Heaven has arrived. The purple dragon star monarch said solemnly, his face grim. Tai Immortal Monarch's eyes flickered but remained silent. The purple dragon star monarch looked at him and asked, "Don't we need to go see him? Not seeing the Son of Heaven will surely bring great trouble." Tai Immortal monarch replied, "We can't go. Whether he's asking about the Emperor Xianqing or our Lord, it's not good to answer. He probably isn't here for us. Let's wait and see." He thought of Guan, and his heart immediately settled down. Intuition told him that Guan's cultivation level and origins were unfathomable. Even if he did not belong to the celestial court, he definitely had enormous influence there. Otherwise, how could he dare to accept the Emperor Xianqing as a disciple? With Guan's cultivation level, it was impossible not to see through the cause and effect of the Son of Heaven. After seeing through it, he still dared to take the Son of Heaven as a disciple. There was certainly more to it. Tai Immortal Monarch was very ambitious and bold. He thought of many possibilities and decided to take a gamble. After the Dark God was destroyed, he was even more convinced of this. He thought Xianyuan Human Venerable would suffer a great loss on this trip. That's why he dared not to meet Xianyuan Human Venerable. Of course, on this matter, he would not explain thoroughly to the Purple Dragon Star Monarch. Although the 72 immortals of Jindong were under his command, he still retained his own heart-eye. At the very least, ambition should not be displayed. Although the Purple Dragon Star Monarch had concerns, he had been following Tai Immortal Monarch for many years and had developed a habit of trust. He nodded and then turned to leave. Tai Immortal Monarch looked up at the celestial vault. He had a premonition that this contest for the Son of Heaven would be different from the past, more interesting, more dangerous, and also more opportunistic. In the next few days, the celestial spirit great world remained peaceful. The arrival of Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan did not stir up any waves. They first traveled in the human world, then flew to the Nine-Spirit Continent. The Nine-Spirit Continent had become a dojo, unable to be deduced, unable to be perceived, but because of the legends, the direction was known to the world. It was not difficult for the two immortal gods to find the Nine-Spirit Continent. This day at noon, over the ocean, Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan traveled on clouds. They had changed their robes, but still could not conceal their immortal aura. A bright red bird was perched on Xianyuan Human Venerable's shoulder, nodding its head. "This continent is indeed strange," the old immortal Zixuan lamented. Even though he could see the spirit mist shrouding the Nine-Spirit Continent, he still could not peer into the situation within. The existence that opened this dojo had a cultivation level far higher than his. Xianyuan Human Venerable remained expressionless, saying nothing. The two immortals quickly flew into the spirit mist, entering the Nine-Spirit Continent. Passing through the rolling mist, a surge of majestic and fresh spiritual energy greeted them, causing Xianyuan Human Venerable to lose his composure, and the old immortal Zixuan's face changed drastically. Such robust Dao intent, the other party is at least a Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal, perhaps even beyond Daoyuo immortal. The old immortal Zixuan immediately made a judgment. Although his cultivation level was merely Miaozhen Daoyuo immortal, he had lived long, and with his status as an immortal god, he had even dealt with some Dao extreme Daoyuo immortals who did not belong to the celestial court. He had some understanding of Xian Qi primordial immortals. Xianyuan Human Venerable smiled and said, "This trip was not in vain. Do not lose decorum from now on." Hearing this, the old immortal Zixuan also smiled. He was afraid that Xianyuan Human Venerable would clash directly with the other party. Since Xianyuan Human Venerable came seeking more assistance, it would be best not to create conflict. Even if the discussions failed, they should not become enemies. Suddenly, a figure flew toward them. It was an exit. Seeing an exin, both Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan were surprised. This woman's cultivation level was very low, yet she could detect them immediately. What did this imply? It implied that an exin had come in advance. It also implied that an exin had a very close relationship with the master of the dojo. "I am an exin, the chief disciple of Wuxia. My master sent me to invite the Son of Heaven and the immortal monarch to be our guests." An exin arrived in front of the two immortals, raising her hand to salute them, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. She seemed very calm, but inside she was filled with curiosity. The Son of Heaven, the protagonist of the chaos in the 3,000 Great Worlds, had actually come to Wuxia. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, even if the visitor had ill intentions, she believed that her master could handle it. She even somewhat looked forward to seeing the Son of Heaven suffer in front of her master. The old immortal Zixuan smiled and said, "Then please lead the way." An Xan nodded, then turned to fly toward the horizon. Xianyuan Human Venerable and the old immortal Zixuan followed closely behind, beginning to observe the state of the continent. Soon they were surprised once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781. Creation. Green Lotus. Xuanyuan Human Venerable and Elder Xian Immortal discovered that the 9-spirit continent had its own order, not entirely under the control of Ancestor Master Wuxia. Every living being here could cultivate and had the freedom to go out and train. The mystery contained within the myriad world gate was such that even they, as immortal gods, couldn't see through it. They were puzzled, unable to understand the intentions behind Ancestor Master Wuxia establishing this dojo. If it was to train a force, why allow people to leave? If it was for merit, why wasn't destiny forming? If it was for seclusion, why take in so many living beings? They were both amazed by the creation of Wuxia Dojo and curious about Ancestor Master Wuxi's purposes, which made them look forward even more to the upcoming meeting. An Xen didn't fly very fast, seemingly to intentionally leave them time to observe the 9-spirit continent. It took the time of one stick of incense before they actually entered Wuxia. After arriving in Wuxia, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Xian Immortal felt that the Dao intent here was richer than outside. They sensed the destiny of the Daoist Emperor and also felt the newly arisen primordial Dao Emperor fortune on the path of the Great Dao. Under Nzin's guidance, they flew to a halfway point on the mountain, where a small pavilion was perched on a cliff. Inside the pavilion sat a man in white with his back to them. It was Guan. Seeing Guan from a distance, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Xian Immortal both were secretly startled. They couldn't capture Guan with their divine sense. Only when Guan came into their direct line of sight could they see him. This indicated the vast difference in their cultivation levels. An Xen stopped, gestured for them to enter the pavilion, then turned around and left. Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Xian Immortal did not hesitate and swiftly entered the pavilion. "I am the Celestial Immortal Monarch, Elder Xian Immortal, and this is the Son of Heaven, Xianyuan Human Venerable. Today we come to pay our respects to Ancestor Master Wuxia. I hope we are not disturbing the Master?" Elder Xian Immortal raised his hand in salute, smiling kindly, giving off a very amiable impression. Guan turned his head to look at them, smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to sit down. Seeing Guan's youthful and handsome appearance, the two immortal gods were not surprised. In the celestial court, some immortals maintain their youthful looks, some even in the form of children. However, many more feel that an aged appearance better reflects the air of accumulated time. Seeing Guan's expression and demeanor, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the first impression, Guan was not a difficult person to deal with. After they sat down, Guan picked up the wine pot, intending to pour wine for them, but Elder Xian Immortal hurriedly took it, saying he would do it. Guan smiled and didn't refuse. While immortal gods are arrogant, much depends on whom they face. The experiences along the way were enough to keep the two immortal gods from wielding airs in front of him. Seizing the moment while Elder Xian Immortal was pouring wine, Xianyuan Human Venerable spoke. "Our visit is to form an alliance with the Master and to understand the Master's view on the Son of Heaven competition." He was direct, and after speaking he fixed his gaze on Guan. Guan smiled and said, "The Son of Heaven competition has nothing to do with me. I do not wish to interfere. I only want to stay in this great thousand world peacefully and seek enlightenment, and I hope this cause and effect does not drag this world into it." Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned. Elder Xian Immortal put down the wine pot and followed with, "Master, This Son of Heaven competition is different from previous contests, involving a great creation. The victor will gain the creation Green Lotus, and if our Lord wins, he is willing to share it with his followers. Creation Green Lotus. Although Guan had never heard of it, the name immediately made him glimpse numerous causes and effects. The creation Green Lotus is a great creation from chaos, containing unimaginable power. Obtaining the creation Green Lotus offers a chance for transcendence, and observing the creation Green Lotus also aids in enlightenment. These causes and effects converged, forming a powerful attraction that even a mixed-element profound venerable immortal like him desired the creation Green Lotus. No wonder the Son of Heaven competition attracted so many immortal gods to join. Even with the dark heavenly court attacking, the celestial court did not interfere because it involved such a significant cause and effect. Guan asked, "Dare I ask, where does the creation Green Lotus come from?" Elder Xianxia Immortal replied, "It was bestowed by a celestial Dao venerable. The form of the Son of Heaven competition itself has other intentions that the master should understand." "I don't understand." Guan could already glimpse the causes and effects of the celestial court, but he could not fully see through all its causes and effects, especially the root cause and effect of the Son of Heaven competition. Elder Xianxia Immortal's answer made it difficult for him to follow up with further questions. Guan shook his head and said, "Thank you both for your kindness. The creation Green Lotus is indeed tempting, but I prefer peace and quiet, which is why I've secluded myself here." After hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable was about to speak when Elder Xianxia Immortal preempted him, saying, "In that case, we indeed cannot force it. May I ask the Master's opinion on Great Immortal Divine Yuan?" As long as Guan doesn't support Great Immortal Divine Yuan, it would be beneficial for them. There's no need to push Guan too hard. After all, they don't have the means to compel Guan's compliance. See Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sons of Heaven are as numerous as stars. I have not paid attention before. Guan's answer disappointed Elder Xianxia Immortal, but he still followed Guan's words and began to introduce the background of Great Immortal Divine Yuan. Great Immortal Divine Yuan was born during the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation. His mother was from the Spirit Clan. The so-called Spirit Clan, unlike other living beings, was conceived from the lifeless existence of heaven and earth, such as sea of clouds, auroras, and green smoke. Such entities only develop spiritual intelligence if they encounter the great Tao, and once born, their comprehension of the Tao exceeds that of other races. After completing reincarnation, the Celestial Emperor brought Great Immortal Divine Yuan back to the Celestial Court and canonized him as a Son of Heaven. Before entering the Celestial Court, Great Immortal Divine Yuan was already 100,000 years old, enduring many hardships. The Celestial Emperor, feeling some sense of guilt, favored him greatly, allowing him to quickly grow into a Son of Heaven comparable to Xianyuan Human Venerable. Unlike Great Immortal Divine Yuan, Xianyuan Human Venerable was born in the Celestial Court. His mother was a ruler of a realm. He had a distinguished birth, but to satisfy the Celestial Emperor, he underwent reincarnation in the human world. The so-called Human Venerable refers to his achievements. Every time he reincarnated, he unified the human race and led various worlds' human race to prosperity. He faced failures and successes, and after countless reincarnations, he earned the title of Xianyuan Human Venerable. This Son of Heaven competition was initiated by Great Immortal Divine Yuan challenging Xianyuan Human Venerable, which Xianyuan Human Venerable found offensive, arousing the indignation of his supporting immortal gods. Great Immortal Divine Yuan has no achievements, relying on His Majesty's favoritism to initiate the Son of Heaven competition. He believes he can gain the Celestial Tao Venerable's recognition, but he underestimates the complexity. Elder Xianxia Immortal said seriously. These words pleased Xianyuan Human Venerable, and he slightly lifted his chin. Guan suddenly asked, "Since Great Immortal Divine Yuan has the Celestial Emperor's favor, how do you have confidence in facing this challenge? Even if you win, will he really lose?" Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable's face turned grim. Elder Ci Xian Immortal's expression also became somewhat awkward. He followed up, "His Majesty is currently in seclusion. This might be an opportunity to bring great immortal divine Yuan down to the mortal realm, an opportunity that has appeared before. Emperor Xianqing was abandoned by His Majesty under similar circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 782, a doomed ending. Upon hearing the elderly immortal mention Emperor Xianqing, who is in Hao's true identity, Gu An's expression did not change in the slightest. "Since you guys have made up your mind, then I wish you all good luck." Guan raised his wine cup and said with a soft smile. As long as Xianyuan Human Venerable did not force him, he would treat him as a friend. If compelled, Guan wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. In the Celestial Court, apart from the court itself, only a few Celestial Dao Venerables can reach the rank of Primordial Profound Venerable Immortal. This was Gu N's confident source. Even if the Celestial Court were to invade, he could move the 9-spirit continent away with a single thought. If he desired, he could even take the Celestial Spirit Great World with him and flee to the depths of chaos. The Heavenly Dao is vast, with an all-encompassing destiny, but regardless of how expansive the Heavenly Dao is, it cannot surpass the Great Dao, always leaving places untouched by it. Xianyuan Human Venerable narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Guan, while the elderly immortal did not know what to say, raising his cup to drink with Guan in silence. While drinking, the elderly immortal gave Xianyuan Human Venerable a glance, signaling him not to act rashly. At least Guan did not show any favor toward the great immortal divine Yuan. Though recruiting him failed, it should not lead to enmity. Afterward, Guan and the elderly immortal started chatting idly, no longer discussing the contention over the throne but talking about all heavens and myriad realms. Xianyuan Human Venerable remained silent, seemingly drinking gloomily by himself. After a long while, the elderly immortal sighed, "Master, you eradicated the dark god in this realm, which is a great merit, enough to place you in the immortal class. Why not go to the Celestial Court and become an immortal official?" He was probing Gu An's opinion of the Celestial Court. Guan smiled and shook his head. "Since being an immortal official requires a position, I prefer my current life, unrestrained. Moreover, staying in this realm allows me to handle any disasters here. If I were to go to the Celestial Court, I might not be able to solve the problems it faces. Besides, one of my disciples has already entered the immortal class, fulfilling my desire to ascend to immortality." Hearing this, the elderly immortal raised an eyebrow, asking, "Oh? Which disciple are you referring to?" Guan answered, "His name is Yang Jian. He was recommended for immortality by Eternal Life Venerable." Eternal Life Venerable. A subtle change appeared in the eyes of Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly immortal. The elderly immortal did not inquire further but praised Yang Jian's extraordinary talent, suggesting it was why Eternal Life Venerable endorsed him. The conversation between the two continued to shift topics until dusk when the elderly immortal stood up to bid farewell. Before leaving, Xianyuan Human Venerable finally spoke. "Master, you seem to doubt me, but I will show you my victory. When I succeed, you are still welcome to support me and even share the creation Green Lotus." Xianyuan Human Venerable stared at Guan, his gaze burning with unwavering confidence, brimming with an air of unchallengeable dominance. Guan smiled, "Thank you, Your Highness, I will wait to see you laugh last." Xianyuan Human Venerable's mouth curved upward, and he departed with the elderly immortal. Guan stood up, turned to look at the distant celestial vault, watching them leave. Under his gaze, the fate of the struggle for the throne had already changed. From beginning to end, Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly immortal did not harbor hostility towards Guan, nor did they become causal enemies, which explained Gu An's favorable attitude. In truth, compared to the great immortal divine Yuan, Guan hoped more for Xianyuan Human Venerable to win because the great immortal divine Yuan fabricated demon god bodies and mobilized the Mo Luo clan for battle. Regardless of how one viewed it, it seemed quite sinister, raising suspicion that it might be related to chaos. Xianyuan human venerable, on the other hand, led heavenly soldiers and generals, with no trace of chaos evil demon, nor did he offer mortal spirits as sacrifices. In terms of conduct, Xianyuan human venerable was more upright. Nonetheless, it was unfortunate. Even with the change in fate, Xianyuan human venerable would still lose. Zhang Buku fought for Xianyuan human venerable, leaving Gu En to consider how to save him. Zhu Zai's position in the Taiwei Great World remained favorable toward the great immortal divine Yuan, and even if she consciously withdrew, it would be futile. Fortunately, her ending was good, allowing her the chance to enter the immortal class. In the future, more old acquaintances would enter the immortal class, and all because of Gu En. Without him, Zhang Buku and Zhu, she wouldn't have come this far. Even with Zhu Zai's former status as Xingtian. Regardless of Shengshen's strong Fuyuan, escaping the 3,000 great worlds was challenging. Gu En did not find these matters troublesome, as he also gained insights into the path of cause and effect throughout this process. Next comes the projection. The path of enlightenment must not be halted. Gu En pondered silently with a smile on his face. Allowing the 3,000 great worlds to remain in constant turmoil while quietly growing stronger amidst the celestial court's indifference, this feeling, even after tens of thousands of years, remained wondrous. No one knew his true strength, underlying his continuous growth, without limits, savored only by him. On the other side, Xianyuan human venerable and the elderly immortal arrived in outer heaven, flying toward the world gate. Your Highness, do you really intend to recruit him? The elderly immortal asked curiously. Xianyuan human venerable gazed ahead, replying, Indeed, the creation of 9 spirit continent and the condition of celestial spirit great world have given me a good impression of him. He is a truly enlightened person, seeing through red dust, controlling his desires. Such a person is more suited for immortality. The current celestial court is tainted with too many unscrupulous immortals, tarnishing its image, which I am very dissatisfied with. Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient to change this. The elderly immortal sighed. Ancestor Master Wuxia certainly has the demeanor of an enlightened one, but even with your victory, I believe he would not come, nor be swayed by the creation green lotus. Xianyuan human venerable did not dispute, nor did he respond further. The 2 immortal gods quickly vanished into the depths of the void. Their arrival and departure went unnoticed by the masses. Taiji Yuan, Chen Chuan, and others knew but were unaware of their identities, marking this encounter with a mysterious touch in their hearts. Time flows like a great river. It rushes forward, never to return. The 3,000 great worlds remain embroiled in constant battles, whereas the celestial spirit great world continues in peace. The celestial Tao light layer enveloping the great world continuously expands, symbolizing the strengthening trend of immortal cultivation in this realm. See the novel, Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Besides the celestial spirit great world, many other planes remain peaceful, even silent. For instance, the river of Great Tao, where each of the 3,000 Great Tao has its own river, existing independently from the worlds, only discovered through enlightenment. In the darkness, the river of destiny radiates 7-colored glow, dazzlingly beautiful, threads of Tao Qi traversing its surface. Deep within the river of destiny, a figure emitting silver light was seated in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold eyes with countless stars subtly flickering within. He was Lu Qiuxian, trapped in the river of destiny. Lu Qiuxian slowly spoke, You're here again. Do you think you have the strength to defeat me now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783. Eternal Tao Extreme. As Lu Qiuxian's voice fell, a figure slowly emerged from the mist of the great Tao ahead. This figure was extremely tall and imposing, towering over Lu Qiuxian like a mountain. From its shape, it seemed to be draped in a large robe, the embroidered robe fluttering like blazing flames. Lu Qiuxian, your will has already become an obsession that limits you. A voice echoed from the mist of the great Tao, loud and reverberating without end. Lu Qiuxin looked at the figure and asked, "What? Joining the eternal Tao extreme will rid me of this obsession?" The eternal Tao extreme is the future, the belonging of the great Tao. It's your only path. If you refuse to submit, how will you find your reincarnated father while you stay in the river of destiny? Upon hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Qiuxian's eyes. At this moment, the majestic figure stepped out from the mist of the great Tao. It was a burly man dressed in a dark red robe, his black hair flowing freely, his face stern, and his gaze oppressive. Standing at the edge of the great Tao mist, he resembled an embodiment of darkness, oppressive and terrifying. Facing his gaze, Lu Qiuxian's expression did not change. He slowly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. "Emperor Jing, let me see if you can escape from my grasp again." As soon as Lu Qiuxian spoke, thousands of sword qi burst forth, dispersing the surrounding mist of the great Tao. However, a protective shield appeared around Emperor Jing, blocking the sword qi attacking from all directions, and the residual sword qi in the air seemed to shatter the space around him. Seeing Emperor Join easily deflect his attack, a change flickered in Lu Qiuxian's eyes. He could sense that Emperor Join had already transformed, making him feel unfathomable. It seems a fierce battle awaits. 50,000 years had passed in the human world since the departure of Xianyuan human venerable and elder Zixuan. The number of free immortals in the celestial spirit great world increased by nearly 30%, with more Daoist Zhangzizai immortals and profound Yuan free immortals. While no new heaven-encompassing free immortals had been born, it was close. On this day, on a mountaintop in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guwen stood at the peak, gazing into outer heaven. He witnessed a world-shattering battle in the River of Destiny, where Lu Qiuxian and Emperor Join battled for days before Lu Qiuxian was captured by Emperor Join. As Emperor Join left along the River of Destiny, Guwen saw a path he had never discovered before. This path was magical, leading to the 3,000 Great Tao River. It did not always exist, appearing intermittently and hard to capture. Following this path to its end, Guwen's vision was blocked by a layer of dense destiny, making him feel as if he was facing the celestial court. Could such a powerful force really hide within the Great Tao? From Guwen's perspective of Tao practice, the end of this path did not belong to chaos or the heavenly Tao but existed independently, extremely complex. Just as Emperor Join was about to fly into the temporal brilliance at the end of the path, Guwen took a step, crossing countless universes and arriving behind Emperor Join along the River of Destiny. A hand landed on Emperor Jian's shoulder, forcing him to stop. His eyes widened as he instinctively turned to see Guwen from the corner of his eye. Emperor Jian's figure was 10,000 feet tall, but Guwen did not seem small behind him. Guwen's body shone with silver light, just like Lu Qiuxian. Even so close, Emperor Join could not clearly see his true form. "Who are you?" Emperor Join asked in a deep voice. However, Guwen did not answer him. An extremely terrifying divine sense burst into his mind, blanking his consciousness and scattering his gaze. While performing a soul search, Guwen seized the white jade gourd from his hand. The gourd contained many beings, with Lu Qiuxian just one of them, all of whom roamed the river of the Great Tao. Suddenly, Guwen's divine sense encountered a powerful resistance, abruptly destroying Emperor Jian's soul and obliterating his life force, preventing Guwen from extracting his lifespan. He withdrew his divine sense, watching Emperor Join turn to ashes before him. He looked ahead at the temporal brilliance, feeling apprehensive. Sir, the novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Eternal Tao Extreme is truly extraordinary. At 10,000 feet tall, he appeared tiny before the temporal brilliance, like a grain of sand. He took a deep look ahead and then turned, stepping along the River of Destiny and disappearing within a few steps. Not long after he left, the temporal brilliance began to shrink until it disappeared. Guwen arrived at the place where Lu Qiuxian used to meditate and opened the white jade gourd, releasing Lu Qiuxian first. A silver light flew out from the gourd's mouth, landing in front of Guan and manifesting into Lu Qixian's figure. Lu Qiuxian opened his eyes, stunned upon seeing Guan. He had never met Guan, but for some reason he felt a sense of familiarity. He had once talked to Guan while standing in the River of Destiny and during his time in the Celestial Spirit Great World. At that time, Guan was still weak, merely piquing his curiosity. Now, standing before Lu Qiuxian, Guan's true form was indiscernible to him, filling Lu Qiuxian with caution. Guan tossed the white jade gourd in his hand to Lu Qiuxian and said, "The eternal Tao extreme will come again. I can give you a chance to break free from the River of Destiny." He had long wanted to help Lu Qiuxian, once making the primordial crystal, symbolizing the primordial Tao Emperor, appear before him. Unfortunately, Lu Qiuxian did not care at all. Lu Qiuxian did not respond but instead asked, "Who are you, and why do you want to help me? Is it important?" "Of course, it's important." Lu Qixian's words rendered Guan silent. He had thought of saying he was a friend of Lu Han, but Lu Han died early, having no chance to meet such a powerful being. No matter how much a friendship might mature, such an answer was unconvincing. "Breaking free from the River of Destiny may help you better pursue your obsession," Guan urged once more. Lu Qiuxian shook his head and said, "Only by staying here can I fulfill my obsession." For some reason, the sense of familiarity in his heart grew stronger, causing ripples in his state of mind. Even in defeat to Emperor Juin, his heart had never been so tumultuous. Guan asked, "Reincarnation has order. Your father reincarnated 1,000, 10,000 times, walking his own path. Even if you find him, then what? Do you think you can restore the father-son relationship? Is he really still your father?" Lu Qiuxian stared at Guan and said, "I seek him, not just for the father-son bond, but for an answer." "What answer?" "Perhaps my father has a more complex cause and effect background." Hearing this, Guan looked at Lu Qiuxian with newfound respect. Though the River of Destiny bound Lu Qixian's fate, making it impossible for Guan to hear his inner thoughts, this statement revealed that Lu Qixian's wait for Lu Han was indeed not simply for the father-son bond. However, regarding lifespan reincarnation, Guan did not wish to disclose it to anyone, even his own reincarnation Boda's son. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784. Enlightenment in the Red Dust. This gourd belongs to the one named Emperor Juin, and it is now yours. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan remained silent for a moment before throwing away these words and turning to leave. Lu Qiuxian did not question further, only stared at his retreating figure, seeing him off. As Guan's figure disappeared, the silver light around Lu Qiuxian gradually faded, revealing his true form. He was dressed in a cyan Daoist robe, his face young and handsome, despite his full head of white hair, still looking like a youth, bearing some resemblance to Guan. A smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "Just as I thought." He grasped the white jade gourd in his hand and turned to leave. At the same time, Guan had already returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless, hearing Lu Qixian's words, but he didn't think much of it. As long as he did not admit it, no one could know about the existence of lifespan reincarnation. At most, they would think he was just undergoing a regular reincarnation. In a normal reincarnation, the soul must enter the 6 paths. No matter how high the cultivation level, if not using the true self, one must split the soul, but lifespan reincarnation is different. Guan didn't need the true self to be present. He could complete a reincarnation and influence reality within a mere hour. If this were to get out, there would definitely be big trouble. Guan was quite curious as to how the Celestial Emperor reincarnated and where his true self was. He made his way back to his room, sat at a desk, and took out a pen and paper, writing down the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme. Emperor Juin died quickly, but Guan still managed to capture some intelligence about the Eternal Tao Extreme. Eternal Venerable. Before the Great Tao. The origins of this Eternal Tao Extreme must be extremely frightening. It's unknown whether the Celestial Court is aware of it. Guan only wrote the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme, avoiding writing Eternal Venerable to avoid invoking great cause and effect. He looked at the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme, recalling the space-time of powerful light previously encountered, feeling the vast destiny of Eternal Tao Extreme. Upon closer inspection, he felt that this force of destiny bore a resemblance to that of the Daoist emperor, yet from the manifestation of destiny alone, it was not the Daoist emperor. This is interesting. For Guan, the Eternal Tao Extreme was just a force to keep an eye on. When dealing with Emperor Jiuyin, he left no trace, the entire process isolated from cause and effect. Even Lu Qiuxian didn't know his true identity. Since then, Guan noticed Lu Qixian's ties with the River of Destiny were severing, as he was becoming an independent existence. Seeing that Lu Qiuxian had no intention of seeking him, he was reassured. No matter how Lu Qiuxian guessed, as long as it didn't affect Guan, it was fine. He could consider favorably protecting Lu Qiuxian, due to their father-son bond in reincarnation, but would never acknowledge him. In truth, he owed nothing to Lu Qiuxian. Lu Han had already revived Lu Qiuxian at the cost of his life. The only reason he continued to pay attention was to resolve Lu Han's regret. By integrating Lu Han's memories, it was as if he had truly lived through Lu Han's life, experiencing all of Lu Han's emotions. Time marched forward, like the river of the great Tao, endlessly flowing forward, never stopping, never looking back. In his spare time, Guan would observe the struggle for the Son of Heaven. The great immortal divine Yuan faction occupied more and more of the Great Thousand World, while the strength of the Mo Luo clan and the demon god body intensely intimidated all worlds, even birthing shocking legends of immortal gods being torn apart by demon gods. This battle, which had lasted millions of years, finally began to tilt, but it was still early to conclude. Xianyuan Human Venerable would not sit idly by. Once one side of the Great Thousand World was completely devoured, it would be the battle for the Son of Heaven. In a power struggle, the call and strategy of the Son of Heaven were tested, while the final battle for the Son of Heaven was a testament to one's own strength. According to Elder Zixuan, a power struggle determined victory and defeat. Even if one's personal strength was lacking, winning still counted. However, if the Son of Heaven fought personally, it was a matter of dignity. Should both sides lose, the loser would face eternal doom. Over the long years, the celestial spirit great world developed steadily. Although there were conflicts and wars, the overall world order remained peaceful. Each generation of cultivators surpassed the previous ones in talent. A blink of an eye. 3 million years passed. Guan's lifespan income grew steadily every year, reaching over 1.4 trillion years of lifespan. He planned to continue saving, then break through in one go from the midstage of primordial profound venerable immortal to the perfect realm of primordial profound venerable immortal. In these years, Zhu Shi, Xin, Lia, Lv and others encountered troubles, but he would step in. Zhang Buku had become a heavenly soldier, his ability to revive after death saving Gu in a lot of worry. Lia, Lv Chen Chuan, and others were drawn into the struggle for the Son of Heaven after leaving the celestial spirit great world, while Xin wandered in the primordial emperor domain for years, having his own entanglements. Their lives were all very exciting, and Guan found it quite interesting to watch. Compared to the life of immortal cultivation, Guan preferred experiencing the life of a mortal. He even married and had children, fulfilling normal, complete lifetimes. When life ended, and he reincarnated, he wouldn't take mortal cause and effect out with him. It was a rule he set before entering the mortal world. On this day, after picking medicinal herbs, Guan returned to his mortal life. He walked along the streets towards his courtyard. In this life, he was a constable with a leisurely job, leading a peaceful life. He was not a justice-driven, ever-enthusiastic chivalrous hero, just an ordinary constable earning a living to support his family. Along the way, acquaintances greeted him from time to time, making life look no different from that of a mortal. He enjoyed this feeling, which allowed his mind to find peace. Though it seemed he was experiencing the red dust, he was actually observing heaven and earth from the minutiae, thereby attaining enlightenment. Just as he arrived at the courtyard gate, a young woman ran out, taking his arm and smiling, "Husband, I am pregnant." Really? Guan pretended to be pleasantly surprised, then reached out to touch the young woman's belly. In the red dust, he had taken many wives and concubines. Cause and effect could dissipate in reincarnation, but as he experienced the red dust with his true body, it wasn't suitable for him to leave bloodlines. After all, the cause and effect of bloodlines could continue. Therefore, each lifetime's children were new souls created by the path of creation. Creating the souls of mortal spirits was not difficult for Guan now. He made sure these children didn't inherit his bloodline and soul's cause and effect. They were just children of his current identity in each lifetime. These children were essentially in their first lifetime, destined to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Guan's understanding of the path of creation deepened. The couple was very happy, and Guan decided to cook personally to celebrate his wife's pregnancy. Besides them, there was his wife's old father, also Guan's master, a former old constable who had lost a leg in the process of driving out a demon entering the city. Now, he could only stay in the yard. Due to his own experience, the old constable often advised Guan not to be too headstrong. He had lost a leg for his duty back then. The government office abandoned him directly, and the family he saved moved away the next day without even thanking him out of fear. Just as smoke rose from the courtyard's hearth, a meteor streaked across the celestial vault, falling into the distance. Standing by the stove, Guan raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Have they traced it to this world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 785. Emperor. The vast blue sky was magnificent, and a meteor wreathed in flames streaked across the celestial vault, hurtling towards the earth. It swept past mountain peaks along its path, crashing into the mountains, causing the entire ground to quake. Mushroom cloud-like plumes of dust surged upward, rocks flew wildly, and trees were swept away like dust to distant lands. The terrifying impact destroyed everything in its wake. The heavens and earth roared, the tumult continuing for a long time. As the waves of dust settled, a figure slowly emerged from the billowing dust. It was a man dressed in purple robes, walking amidst the ruins, his hair flowing, revealing a handsome face. His brows and eyes were cold and proud, with a slender purple line on his forehead, making him appear otherworldly, as though an immortal god had descended to the mortal world. Even the dust couldn't conceal the glow of his purple jade crown. The man in purple clothes walked forward while gazing into the distance, muttering to himself, "The changes in this world are truly vast." Before he could go far, a figure appeared in the midair ahead. It was none other than Tai Immortal Monarch. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tai Immortal Monarch looked at the man in purple from afar, raised his hand in greeting and asked, "Emperor Zue, long time no see. I wonder what brings you to this world?" The man addressed as Emperor Zue smiled and replied, "Tai Immortal Monarch, does this realm fall under your jurisdiction now? Though it is not under my control, you didn't enter through the proper world gate and chose to cross through the celestial Dao light layer. That might violate the celestial rules." Tai Immortal Monarch stared at Emperor Zue with a meaningful expression. Emperor Zue maintained his smile. "I have yet to do anything. How have I offended the celestial rules? On the contrary, you, having stayed in this realm for so many years, isn't that neglecting your duty?" The two celestial beings were at odds. The winds and waves seemed to freeze, and as their gazes locked, neither showed any fear. After a long silence, Tai Immortal Monarch broke the stillness. "If you do not explain your presence, then I must stop you. Once we clash, our cultivation levels will alert the celestial court, and none of us will benefit. You know this, yet you still wish to impede me? We should each go our own way, shouldn't we?" Emperor Zue sneered coldly as he spoke. He raised his right hand, a purple light burst forth from his palm, and a purple jade staff appeared in his grip. This action already conveyed his stance. Tai Immortal Monarch did not expect Emperor Zue to be so unyielding, which made things difficult for him. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei's expression changed drastically. A horrifying killing intent enveloped him, solidifying the mana within his body. He felt he might be annihilated at any moment. Even though he could resurrect, facing such killing intent still made him tremble. He quickly drew the purple jade staff back into his body, and as he retracted the magical treasure, the terrifying killing intent vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Tai Immortal Monarch didn't know what Emperor Ziwei had experienced. He didn't feel the killing intent, but he could sense the change in Emperor Ziwei's aura. Right, no need to escalate this. Since the Immortal Monarch wishes to guard this realm, I should not further disturb you. Emperor Ziwei smiled again, bowed to Tai Immortal Monarch, and then turned to leave. As he lifted his right foot, he disappeared from sight. Tai Immortal Monarch sensed Emperor Ziwei entering the celestial Dao light layer toward outer heaven. Emperor Ziwei's departure seemed even quicker than his arrival. Tai Immortal Monarch mused, immediately thinking of Guwen, and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He bowed in the direction of Nine Spirit Continent, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Guwen, still in the mortal world, watched Emperor Ziwei's departure. Emperor Ziwei, this immortal god, was inextricably linked to Enhao's birth. Back then, Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable stole the World Punishment Dao Pearl from Ziwei Immortal Palace, and within that pearl was Enhao's original divine soul. Which means this immortal has connections with Emperor Xianqing and Eternal Life Venerable, likely in the same faction. However, Emperor Ziwei carried the aura of Eternal Dao Extreme. Guwen was certain he did not come for Enhao, but for something else. Fortunately, Emperor Ziwei had not become his mortal enemy. Perhaps due to their vast difference in cultivation, Emperor Ziwei dared not show disrespect toward him. Or maybe, could it be that Emperor Ziwei's joining of the Eternal Dao Extreme was orchestrated by the Celestial Court? Guwen wondered as he cooked. Having no grievance with the Eternal Dao Extreme, there was no need to make enemies prematurely. Even if he were to make enemies, he needed to understand the relationship between Eternal Dao Extreme and the Celestial Court. With these thoughts set aside, Guwen focused on his cooking. Until nightfall, the courtyard echoed with their laughter of three. The anticipation for the future made them seem very happy. Guwen knew their future was not bright. As long as he retained his current identity and power, he could not prevent the impending tragedy. Over the long years, Guwen had experienced various lives. The only thing he could control was not committing evil, yet the world always had its dark corners, and even without committing evil, retribution would come. The moon set, the sun rose. 30 years later, Guwen stood under the shade of a tree, looking at the slope ahead, where a man knelt before two graves, swearing an oath. Those two graves belonged to Guwen and his wife in this lifetime. Their son, pursuing immortal cultivation, ventured out for 10 years, but his enemies came first, and Guwen and his wife died by the enemy's swords. When their son returned, he didn't even see their corpses. It was the neighbor who helped bury them. Guwen watched the scene with a calm expression, having no intention of revealing himself. This lifetime's cause and effect concluded here. He could see his son's future, and even though he and his wife were unfortunate, their son would ultimately achieve his desires, avenging them and eventually becoming a renowned great cultivator on this continent. But that was all, for the sun would fall just before Nirvana. Guwen watched for a while and then turned to leave. He returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless, entering the courtyard, and saw Shun Zhen and Shangguan Xian'er inside the room, writing something together. Without eavesdropping, Guwen knew what they were up to. The two were incorporating cultivation techniques within their writings, and readers had to uncover the patterns in the stories to grasp the techniques. Their books spread across 9 spirit continent, with some even bringing them to other worlds through the World Gate. In this aspect, they surpassed Guwen. Guwen often wondered if his writing was too serious. He went to the artifact refining cauldron and continued refining Dao treasures. Currently, he didn't create new Dao treasures, but refined his disciples' existing ones to enhance them. Taken Zin's 6 Paths mirror, it now possessed the ability to contend with an innate golden immortal. This was Gu An's favor towards his close disciples. Among the 3rd-generation disciples, only a few possessed Dao treasures, and none below them had any. Not long after Guwen had returned, and Zizai approached him from behind, respectfully saying, "Ancestor, a prince from Tai Tsang dynasty has come to visit." He claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786, True or False? Ask yourself, bring him in. Guan responded and Nzizai immediately went to fulfill the task. He already knew who the visitor was and what his intention was. Nowadays, people whom he would meet in person were almost all old friends from his time at the Supreme Sect. Those old friends who were not with him were living through their own lives, facing hardships and enjoying happiness. Not everyone could receive his covert protection. After approximately half an incense stick's duration, Nzizai brought a person into the courtyard. This man wore plain Daoist robes, had a strong build, a rugged face, and exuded the aura of a martial world hero. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to Li Yas, but he looked more weathered. He was Li Yas' younger brother, Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had once cultivated in the Third Medicine Valley, had a great relationship with Yang Jian, and had now achieved the cultivation level of divine thought true immortal realm. In the past, he had the talent to surpass Li Ya, but now, Li Ya had become an existence he looked up to, becoming the legend of their Li family. Li Lingtian looked at Gu Ennis' silhouette, trembling with excitement, his eyes even reddened. And Nzizai hesitated whether he should leave, but then Gu Ennis' voice came, "Nzizai, you should listen too, you'll be responsible for assisting him later." Upon hearing this, Nzizai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. He was very curious about the relationship between Li Lingtian and Guan. Hearing that he could go out on a mission made him secretly delighted. Nowadays, he managed all affairs of Wuxia and couldn't avoid fatigue. A trip outside would be a bit of relaxation. Upon hearing Gu An's immediate offer to help, Li Lingtian could no longer control his emotions and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Senior, I have come for Yang and I. You should still remember her. She offended a great cultivator of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance and is imprisoned within the Alliance. She was wronged, but I can't find anyone to help. Not even my father has such power." Li Lingtian said through gritted teeth. The Yang and I he mentioned was Li Yas' mother's sister, who had once joined the Ephemera sect to investigate the cause of Li Yas' mother's death, and had also been sent by Li Xiandao to protect Gu and had not seen her for many years, but he still remembered the valiant woman in his mind. Li Lingshan's voice choked with emotion as he narrated grievances, no longer displaying the self-confident demeanor of his youth. Gu turned around, looking calmly at Li Lingtian, listening to his tale of grievances. Before Li Lingshan's arrival, Gu had already seen through the cause and effect at a glance. It was nothing more than a struggle of interests. After joining the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, Li Lingtian and Yang and I had offended an internal faction, which did not pique Gu An's interest much. He only needed to confirm that Yang and I was indeed wronged. Though Gu protected his old friends, he would also make distinctions in his actions. If they brought trouble upon themselves, he would ignore it, letting them learn through hardship. When Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Gu with anticipation. The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance was strong, and their opponents were also very powerful, a family of timeless giants surpassing the Zizai immortal realm, but Li Lingtian believed no family was a match before Gu. Gu smiled, helping Li Lingtian to his feet, and said with emotion, "How old were you when you first came to me? Now you can manage things on your own. Truly, how much things have changed." These words made Li Lingtian burst into tears. In his heart, Gu had always been a senior. Although he hadn't seen him for many, many years, restraint held him back. In his mind, Gu An's appearance and personality had blurred, and before coming, he had imagined various possibilities, but never expected Gu to treat him so kindly. Even his father, who once doted on him, now felt distant. Gu began reminiscing about the past, and his words drew Li Lingtian back to bygone days. Nzizai was also very curious about Gu An's past, standing by and listening attentively. Later, Shenzhen and Shengguan Xianer joined in. Shenzhen still remembered Li Lingtian. Seeing him so downcast now, she sighed deeply. The best decision she had ever made in her life was to follow Gu. At first, she only wanted to escape from her sect, and due to her compatibility with Gu, she cut off all ties and solely followed him. Unexpectedly, Guwen turned out to be the supporting Dao sword venerable. Over time, Xianxia couldn't distinguish why she initially followed Guwen. Occasionally, she doubted whether she had seen something extraordinary in Guwen that led her to him. Either way, the outcome was good, and she felt herself to be the luckiest person in the world, even more fortunate than an Exen, celestial demon child, and others. Until dusk, and Zizai left with Li Lingtian. He planned to gather several Wuxia disciples and personally go to Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance to rescue Yang and I. Shengguan Xianer also followed, leaving Guwen and Xianxia alone in the courtyard. Xianxia looked at Guwen's profile, lost in thought. What kind of trouble could make this man frown? In his eyes, how did he view this world? How did he perceive those around him? Li Lingxian's appearance triggered Xianxia's memories of the past and sparked numerous puzzles and curiosity within her. Guwen looked at the sky and said, "Do you think a life without longevity matters?" Xianxia recovered from her thoughts and responded, "Of course it matters. To walk through the human world, whether in suffering or in joy, at least one has lived, hasn't one? But for many people, living is not as good as dying. That's because they faced hardships. Before those hardships, they surely also enjoyed their lives. Once a person dies, what meaning does everything before their death hold? Just like the supreme sect of the past, too many people have already died, even forgotten by us, leaving no trace in this human world." After Guwen finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Xianxia. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Why does everything have to be meaningful? Living is living, and everything we experience is our own feeling. Why should we pursue leaving something in this world?" Guwen smiled and said, "Indeed, one's own feelings are what matter most. Why worry about other things and add unnecessary worries?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia was momentarily stunned, then glared at Guwen and asked, "Be honest, can you hear others' thoughts? I'm not that powerful." "Really?" S.E.A. the Novfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Really?" Xianxia smiled. After Guwen's counsel, she felt her confusion was meaningless. As long as she was living well and carefree, and Guwen did not reject her, wasn't that enough? Guwen continued, "Actually, over the years, I often went to the mortal world, experiencing different lives. I would marry and have children, I would also be someone's child, but I made those wives believe we had shared something, giving them memories, including those parents, relationships I imposed upon them. Of course, these identities were what they wanted, and the children I supposedly had were created by me out of thin air. Even if their souls condensed in reincarnation into real beings, I still felt something. From my perspective, everything was fake, but to them, it was real. Everything that happened with them was their real experience. They would never know my identity was false, they would even forget their lives in reincarnation." Xianxia stayed silent while listening to his words. Guwen looked at her, raising a question. "This is the different view brought by the realm gap. I can make all living beings unable to distinguish truth from falsehood, but do you think there's an existence that can make even you and me unable to tell the difference? Is the so-called heavenly Dao, great Dao, truly real?" He thought Xianxia would ponder for a long time, but she answered without hesitation, "Whether it's true or false, we cultivate. The so-called quest for Dao is to ask oneself, asking about one's existence's meaning, asking oneself what one wants. If you want truth, with effort, even falsehood has hope of becoming truth, doesn't it? Even if everything is false to me now, I still thank you, cherish everything now, and enjoy every day." After saying this, she looked up at Guwen, fixing her gaze on him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 787. Profound Abyss Divine Pool. Guwen's questioning of Xianxia was a reflection of his years of pondering. Besides increasing his mana and Dao practice, he felt there was an indescribable realm that required his contemplation. Xianxia's truthful response, however, left Guwen sensing a glimpse of the great Dao within it. He smiled and replied, "At the very least, I feel that everything now is real." Xianxia heard this and also broke into a smile. Afterwards, Guwen began to talk about past events, touching on the bygone days, which evoked many emotions in Shenzhen. The setting sun lengthened their shadows. In the years that followed, Guwen no longer trained in the mortal world. He decided that in the future, if he wanted to re-enter the red dust, he would assume his identity in the immortal cultivation realm, cultivating like Yang Xian, growing with extraordinary talent and temperament. These two reincarnated bodies were not the strongest, but their temperament and way of handling matters pleased Guwen the most, making him feel they lived with a unique flair. Above the sea of clouds, a giant round fan was flying, with more than a dozen people sitting cross-legged on it. Yang and I sat at the back, watching the Wuxia disciples ahead who were chatting and laughing, feeling a mix of emotions. Ancient memories resurfaced in her mind, filling her with deep sentiments. Although she already knew that Guwen had become the greatest power in the world, seeing Guwen's disciples and grand-disciples standing strong and becoming great cultivators she looked up to was a shocking experience. It was hard for her to associate the once carefree flower and grass-picking Guwen with the now all-powerful ancestor Master Wuxia. Li Lingtian, sitting beside her, said excitedly, "The Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance has promised us a dojo. When I return and discuss it with my father, we will bring a group of Li family disciples there to cultivate. As for you, Senior Yang, what are your plans?" Yang and I came to her senses and replied, "I plan to take a look beyond heaven." Li Lingtian frowned and said, "Beyond heaven is extremely perilous. It's not worth taking risks just for opportunities." He knew about the past between Yang and I and Guwen and thought she was distressed. It was normal, even he was deeply moved, not to mention Yang and I. Guwen did not intervene personally, but his disciples and grand-disciples were grandly welcomed by the great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance. When they heard their requests, the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance immediately agreed to release Yang and I without any re-examination. If not for Nzizai's insistence on the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance to investigate, they would have been freed long ago. During this time, Li Lingtian developed a certain respect for Nzizai. But whenever he thought about his own time in the Third Medicine Valley, when Nzizai had yet to be born, it made him feel awkward. Nevertheless, he dared not shamelessly request to join Wuxia. He had heard from Wuxia disciples that once you join Wuxia, you couldn't easily leave or even establish your own sect outside. Even the sword sect's master, Qin Chuan, had relinquished his identity as a Wuxia disciple. Even if the sword sect faced enemy attacks, Wuxia would not come to help. And Nzizai insisted the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance thoroughly investigate the truth, presumably to maintain Wuxi's reputation. "I know it's dangerous. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Wasn't this confinement by the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance all because of your recklessness?" Yang and I glanced at Li Lingtian and said coldly. Li Lingtian smiled awkwardly. He was in such a hurry to save Yang and I because the matter had started due to him. Thinking about it carefully, Yang and I indeed handled matters prudently. Throughout the years, she always acted alone and never encountered any mishaps. Li Lingtian recalled his own experiences over these years and felt embarrassed, realizing he was in no position to advise others. The two fell silent, their thoughts drifting away. They couldn't imagine Guwen's realm and vision. This vast world was too expansive for them, filling them with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. In the underworld, beneath the dark celestial vault, a desolate land was shrouded in ghostly vapors, with a colossal ancient tree standing tall. This tree was entirely an eerie blue, with branches draped with vine-like tendrils resembling catkins, and glowing orbs rotating like stars around them. This tree was the ancient sacred tree of the underworld, known as the Profound Abyss Ancient Tree. Two people were meditating under the tree, Guwen's avatar and Hongyazi from the misty immortal court. Hongyazi opened his eyes and sighed. As expected of the Profound Abyss Ancient Tree, its creation is limitless. Not only can one comprehend the yin-yang reincarnation here, but also the mysteries of creation. It is said that this tree once bore a fruit which cultivated and attained the Tao, befriending the celestial emperor's reincarnation body, and they were known as the two great saints of the great Tao. Unfortunately, he rebelled against the celestial court and finally perished together with the celestial emperor's reincarnation body. Guwen opened his eyes and asked, "Is this story true? Where did you hear it from?" "Of course it's true. It was brought back by the predecessors of the misty immortal court from the celestial court. However, there are many such stories in the celestial court," Hongyazi replied. "The celestial emperor is the most powerful existence. To be known as the two great saints of the great Tao alongside his reincarnation body, his talent must have been terrifying. Unfortunately, since then, the profound abyss ancient tree has never borne the profound abyss fruit again." As he spoke, Hongyazi raised his head, seemingly searching for the profound abyss fruit on the tree. Guwen didn't expect the story of Gu Xianyu to be known in the celestial court. He guessed it was at the celestial emperor's behest. Otherwise, how could it be circulated? In his mind, the image of Taihao appeared. Taihao's temperament was bold and unrestrained, somewhat like an Hao, but his actions were more domineering and magnanimous. In Gu Anna's memory, he always clung to Gu Xianyu. After they became sworn brothers, the question of who was the elder brother was never settled. However, during the last battle, Taihao seemed like a different person. Perhaps that was the celestial emperor, making Guwen feel unfamiliar and pressured. The bond of the reincarnations had long been gone. Guwen wouldn't think they were still sworn brothers. Taihao's eyes before his death revealed madness. The celestial emperor was definitely not cold by nature. The two chatted while waiting for the distant visitor. They were chatting because they both sensed an aura coming from afar, which should be from the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion. The Nine-Yin Divine Mansion's destiny was profound. The aura of its cultivators differed from that of ghost souls and ghost gods, making it easily identifiable. So, a white-haired man in a black robe, resembling a specter, swiftly approached and landed 10 steps in front of them. Guwen immediately recognized his origins. This person was named Zhu Luocha, possessing cultivation at the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, originally a soul of the snake demon. Zhu Luocha looked at Guwen and Hongyazi, raised his hand in salute, and said, "The pavilion master has something to discuss with you both." Hongyazi's expression remained indifferent as he asked, "Which pavilion master?" "The second pavilion master, to discuss the matter of the profound abyss divine pool. The profound abyss divine pool is about to open, and you two must be waiting for this opportunity, so the second pavilion master sent me to invite you," Zhu Luocha replied. Hearing this, Hongyazi's eyes sparkled with joy. He exchanged a glance with Guwen, then stood up and said, "Lead the way." Zhu Luocha immediately turned and began to lead the way, with Hongyazi following closely behind. Guwen lagged slightly, watching Hongyazi's back. He secretly sighed, "This is not an opportunity, but an abyss of destruction." Ia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788. Beneath the Sage, all are as ants when Gu En's doppelganger and Hongyazi headed to the profound abyss divine pool. Gu En's true self remained within the Daoist field of the beginningless. Gradually, Guwen left less and less. Apart from his regular medicinal herb collection, he stayed in the field, contemplating alone in a bamboo forest. The disciples noticed his unusual behavior but were not worried, thinking he was about to create some extraordinary cultivation technique or divine skill. Time flies like an arrow. 100,000 years had passed since Li Lingtian came seeking help. Gu and his doppelganger and Hongyazi had already delved deep into the profound abyss divine pool and had run into trouble, trapped in a certain place, unable to leave. On this day, the weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. A gentle breeze blew into the bamboo forest, amidst the lush green scenery. Dressed in white, Guwen sat on the steps in front of a pavilion, hair disheveled and clothes loosely draped, as if just awoken from a deep dream. One hand propped on the steps, the other on his knee, with 2 fingers holding a bamboo leaf. "What is it really?" Guwen muttered to himself. Over the years, he had been seeking a certain feeling, but could never understand it. He even projected his lifespan multiple times, making the feeling stronger, a sense of almost grasping it but never quite. Even as a primordial, profound, venerable immortal, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Notably, his doppelganger also shared this sensation. This was the reason he hadn't immediately rescued Hongyazi. Trapped in the profound abyss divine pool, they were bound to encounter great difficulties, yet the emergence of that inexplicable feeling made their tribulation seem vague. Throughout, Gu An's cultivation had always been an enhancement in his Dao practice. Although he refined his Dao heart and used various methods to deepen his understanding of the great Dao, he had never before felt the presence of his mental state like now. In the unseen, it seemed a mental state awaited his breakthrough. After breaking through, it might not make him stronger, but he still yearned to achieve it. This feeling appeared after reaching the primordial, profound, venerable immortal realm. It seemed a power was guiding the primordial Dao fruit, thereby affecting Guan. At this moment, a figure walked out from the forest, approached Guan, and bowed. "Master, my immortal emperor's eye has been unsettled recently, causing my Dao heart to become aggressive. Why is this? I haven't encountered any stimuli." An Xen asked Guan, her face full of worry. Since handing the affairs of the beginningless to Nzizai, she had dedicated herself entirely to cultivation. Now she had reached the cultivation level of the heaven-encompassing free immortal, leading all disciples of the beginningless. Gu An's gaze didn't leave the bamboo leaf in his hand. He softly answered, "Another pair of immortal emperor's eyes has emerged in the 3,000 great worlds. Your immortal emperor's eye senses its rival, disturbing your mind." On hearing this, an Xen hurriedly asked, "How should I resolve this disturbance?" "Either go and eliminate the person, or temper your mind to overcome the influence of the immortal emperor's eye and truly master it." Gu An's answer left an Xen in deep thought. Killing was not an option. Without grudges, even if the immortal emperor's eyes repelled each other, an Xen couldn't bring herself to do that. Temper her mind? An Xen felt challenged as she had been suffering recently. But no matter how hard she had to overcome it, she couldn't bring shame to her master. "By the way, master, you've often come to this bamboo forest these years. What have you been studying?" An Xen asked curiously. Guan glanced at her, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. "Just like you, I need to overcome mental confusion." Hearing this, an Xen showed a smile, feeling oddly relieved. Even a master as powerful as him faced similar situations. She felt inspired. The two continued chatting, with Guan inquiring about her cultivation, and she answered truthfully. The development of the beginningless to this point meant Guan no longer needed to personally guide the disciples. They could pass on their teachings themselves. And Zizai's management skills were impressive, even surpassing an Xen, organizing the beginningless excellently, with no disciple treated unfairly. After staying for a while, an Xen finally took her leave. Guan continued to sit where he was, thinking. Profound abyss divine pool, where the celestial vault was a dark red, mountains undulating, though there were trees, no flowers or leaves, and not a spot of green. Guan and Hongyazi walked among the mountains. Hongyazi looked around, frowning with impatience. He suddenly stopped, speaking in a low tone, "I've had enough. No matter where we walk, fly, or even destroy this place, we can't get out." Guan stopped, turned slightly, and glanced at him, asking, "If you don't move, will you wait for death? If it gets worse, we can cultivate here, maybe we'll break through and find a way out." "How long will it take to break through?" "But walking aimlessly, who knows how long it will take to get out? This profound abyss divine pool is too peculiar. Why haven't I heard of such a world restriction before?" Hongyazi said gloomily. As a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, had never encountered such a powerless situation since reaching this realm. Guan withdrew his gaze, continuing forward, leaving a sentence, "Then stay here. I'll move on alone. If I escape, I'll come back to save you. If I die ahead and you succeed in breaking through, leave my body." Upon hearing this, Hongyazi's face slightly changed, his gaze turning resentful. "Is there a need to speak so harshly?" Hongyazi cursed under his breath, then followed Guan's steps. "I'm curious, why are you so calm?" Hongyazi asked as he came beside Gu and looked ahead, retorting, "I'm curious too. Why are you so impatient? After all these years of cultivation, is our time trapped here even close to your seclusion time?" Hongyazi was at a loss, reflecting on himself. Could it be that his Dao heart really had issues? The two continued in silence for the rest of the journey. It's unclear how long they walked, maybe half a day or decades, centuries, even millennia. Gu and his eyes changed, following his gaze. Ahead, on a slope, steels of various sizes were planted, inscribed with strange characters and obscure patterns. The previously numb Hongyazi was also attracted to the scene, taking out his horsetail whisk, wary of any abnormalities. The two continued forward, reaching the foot of the slope. They didn't rush up but observed from a distance. Their gaze was involuntarily drawn to the largest stele on the slope. Sia the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That seems like old celestial court script, Hongyazi muttered. Guan asked in surprise, "Old celestial court? There used to be other celestial courts?" Hongyazi shook his head. The ancient heavenly court belongs to the previous celestial emperor, who lived longer than all beings of the heavenly Tao. So, earlier celestial courts became mere legends, known as the ancient heavenly court. An immortal god from the misty immortal court once obtained a cultivation technique from it. I was taught some and recognized the script. "What does the stele say?" Guan asked. Hongyazi's expression turned peculiar. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "It says, without becoming a saint, all is ephemeral. Beneath saints, all are ants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 789. Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor. If one does not become a saint, all is illusion. Beneath the saints, all are as insects. Guan heard this realm's name again, his intuition telling him that becoming a saint is not something achieved by simply accumulating Dao practice. Looking far and wide within and beyond the great Dao, not to mention saints, even the primordial profound venerable immortal is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, hard to encounter. As for those who surpass the primordial profound venerable immortal, Guan could only be certain that the celestial emperor was one such being. Hongyazi was also pondering this sentence, equally curious about what it meant to be a saint. As a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, how far was he from becoming a saint? The two men were each deep in thought, staring blankly at the steles scattered across the mountain before them. The realm of saints had greatly impacted them. Although Hongyazi's realm was lacking, he understood something of the ancient heavenly court. Seeing the words on those steles, he vaguely sensed that the being who left that sentence had an extremely deep Dao practice and a high immortal position. After a long while, Hongyazi snapped back to reality and said, "These steles seem like the last words left by the immortal gods, filled with regret, despair, and anger. Who knows what they encountered?" Guan spoke up, "Let's keep moving forward." With that, he took the lead, heading uphill towards the mountaintop, with Hongyazi following closely behind. The two of them passed through the steles. Hongyazi remained vigilant, looking around cautiously, while Guan carefully felt the steles. These steles were not simple, containing many Dao intents, which were very subtle and completely imperceptible to Hongyazi. The Dao intents of the steles did not seem innate but rather clues left by the cultivators of the ancient heavenly court. When Guan's divine sense connected with these Dao intents, he saw many scenes. Immortal gods fighting fiercely. No demons, no monsters, no ghosts, all were immortals exuding celestial Dao destiny. These scenes were merely fragments, not continuous. Guan patiently explored, hoping to see the figure of the celestial emperor. Unfortunately, after they crossed this hillside and looked ahead, the uneven slopes in the distance still had many steles standing, but these steles were much more sparsely distributed than those behind them. Hongyazi quickened his pace, having seemingly discovered something, becoming more interested in these steles. Guan felt the same. As time went by, he still hadn't seen any images of the celestial emperor, but instead became aware of a celestial Dao venerable Hongmeng immortal ancestor. This Hongmeng immortal ancestor was the enemy of the immortal gods in the images, and his might was the source of many immortal gods' despair. It's uncertain whether this Hongmeng immortal ancestor is still the celestial Dao venerable of the heavenly court today. If so, doesn't that mean the Hongmeng immortal ancestor lived even longer than the celestial emperor? After all, according to Hongyazi, the ancient heavenly court was presided over by the previous celestial emperor. Guwen held many speculations in his mind, but his steps never ceased. In the darkness of the night, hundreds of cultivators gathered on the wasteland, all meditating to heal, Liya among them. Liya was still dressed in black, a treasure sword imbued with a silvery blue aura floating behind him. His pale complexion made it clear he suffered from severe internal injuries. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing upwards. Amidst the night, few stars were visible, making the celestial vault unsettlingly oppressive. He turned his head, his eyes betraying a look of fear. Following his gaze, at the edge of the world loomed an enormous figure, like a giant shadow encompassing half of heaven and earth. The place he stood was not the world but the palm of a giant hand. The vast wasteland below was just a small part of the palm. In the dim, oppressive void, a figure enshrouded in black mist moved slowly, its form humanoid, seemingly clad in heavy armor, adorned with menacing and sharp spikes. In its right hand, at first glance, the palm seemed empty, but in reality, Liya and hundreds of cultivators were within, appearing even smaller than dust. This terrifying figure walked through the void, its steps unhurried. Just seeing the figure caused a chill to run through Liya. His gaze drifted to the distance, amid the clustered people, where a yellow-robed elder sat meditating, his complexion also grim. Not only Liya, but many others were watching this yellow-robed elder. The yellow-robed elder was the most powerful existence among these cultivators, with a cultivation level reaching the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. Previously in the profound yuan-free immortal realm, Liya couldn't even imagine how strong a heaven-balancing golden immortal could be. It was said to be comparable to the cultivation level of a celestial god. The yellow-robed elder possessed not only profound cultivation but was also the patriarch of a sect from a great thousand world, establishing a dojo in the great Dao void. Liya originally went to hear the Dao, but during the session he and other attendees were captured by mysterious evil demons. While listening to the Dao, the yellow-robed elder's Dao intent felt unfathomably profound to him, incomparable even to Guwen's level at the time. When the evil demons attacked, the yellow-robed elder wielded a magical treasure, displaying great divine skills, shaking the entire universe, with myriad dharma aspects emerging endlessly, broadening his horizons. Yet, with a single counter, the evil demons suppressed the elder and the Dao listeners entirely. The mighty heaven-balancing golden immortal had no power to resist. Liya couldn't fathom the extent of this evil demon's Dao practice level. He couldn't help but think of what the Golden Crow Divine Sovereign once told Guwen when faced with him. Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal Realm Perfection. This was Guwen's realm. Afterward, he traveled the world, never hearing the words Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal anywhere, not even in outer heaven. Bringing up this realm's name caused him inexplicable trepidation, so much so that he dared not inquire further. Junior Brother Gu, if you were here, with such a realm of Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal, could you defeat this demon? Liya thought silently. Even with utmost trust in Guwen, he lacked the confidence to say Guwen would surely surpass this demon. The yellow-robed elder's divine skills were vast, seemingly mobilizing the power of the 3,000 great Dao. Recalling that scene still left him incredulous. Yet the evil demon's one move ended everything. The evil demon seemed to respond as casually as Guwen did when dealing with the dark god. Liya longed for Guwen to appear yet feared that his arrival might only ensnare him in trouble. Liya, oh Liya, when will you truly stand on your own? How long will you rely on Junior Brother Gu? Why haven't you considered how Junior Brother Gu reached this point? Liya gritted his teeth, internally resenting his weakness. At this critical moment, he still longed for Guwen's intervention. At that moment, in the darkness ahead, a beam of light like sunshine burst forth, dispelling the darkness, illuminating Li Ya and the hundreds of cultivators. Everyone looked up, their faces lit up, quickly some became excited. Within the strong light, a figure approached them, appearing like an immortal god, exuding an aura of invincibility from its mere stance. Immortal monarch Xianxia of the celestial court is here, demon, submit now without resistance. A powerful and domineering voice resounded through the void, stirring the emotions of the hundreds of cultivators. Li, however, felt a sense of confusion. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Profound mystery? Sir the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, Unbelievably Powerful Immortal Monarch Xianxia. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding Li Ya felt a thrill upon hearing that the opponent claimed to be from the celestial court and even an immortal monarch. They all rose and focused intently on immortal monarch Xianxia, who was enveloped in a strong light, their eyes filled with anticipation. Immortal gods, even if not compassionate enough in the hearts of cultivators, still have their responsibilities, especially in the fight against evil demons. Since ancient times, immortal gods have never been lenient in opposing outer heaven demons, which is also why the 3,000 great worlds still aspire to ascend to immortality. The human world is full of incense for immortal gods. The mysterious evil demon holding the hundreds of cultivators didn't respond. He raised his left hand, and rolling demonic chi appeared out of thin air, surging continuously, finally condensing into a long weapon, much like a spear. Only the spearhead resembled the head and neck of a fierce beast, terribly frightening. Sarch * the Novelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All the cultivators sensed that a great battle was about to erupt. Even the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm yellow-robed elder held his breath in concentration. Immortal monarch Xianxia strode forward from the powerful light of the heavenly Tao, his aura continuously rising, causing the dark void to present a twisted scene of purple and red. Even though being suppressed in the palm of the evil demon, the cultivators could feel the powerful aura of immortal monarch Xianxia, which was not even inferior to that of the evil demon. Li Ya was so shocked that he was left speechless. Immortal monarch Xianxia's form overlapped with the Li Xianxia in his memory, the two of them being from the same family, though Li Xianxia had cultivated in Mount Sanqing since childhood, leading to an unfamiliar relationship between them, yet they had met quite a few times. Has Li Xianxia ascended to immortality? How is that possible? Li Ya suddenly realized he hadn't seen Li Xianxia in many years. But something didn't feel right. How could these years be enough for someone to ascend to immortality and become so powerful? He couldn't understand it and even felt on the verge of collapse. It wasn't jealousy of Li Xianxia. He just felt that his own talent and opportunities seemed like a joke. Since leaving the Taizong continent, he hadn't slackened for nearly 20 million years. He didn't know how many times he had narrowly escaped death, and the opportunities he had obtained were extraordinary, causing those around him at that time to marvel, believing he was the child of destiny. But now, compared to Li Xianxia, what counted as his achievements? Just by sensing Li Xianxia's aura, he felt he couldn't measure up at all. Before it was Guan, now it's another clan brother. At this moment he forgot life and death, only staring blankly at Li Xianxia's approaching figure. Li Xianxia also conjured a divine weapon with dragon chi coiling around it in his hand. Since you refuse to cease, then meet your end. Li Xianxia's voice rang out again, and as his words fell, he fiercely thrust forward with his spear. A terrifying torrent of mana exploded, lighting up the entire void, depriving hundreds of cultivators of color in their vision. Li Ya instinctively closed his eyes. His divine sense couldn't extend as it felt scorching pain once it left his body, frightening him into hastily retracting it. Unable to see, he felt the world spinning, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. After a good while, Li Ya heard a rumbling sound in his ears, gradually able to open his eyes. What he saw was a magnificent battle scene reflected in his eyes, making him open his mouth unconsciously. Not only him, but the other cultivators were experiencing the same. They were all bound to the ground, unable to detach from it, which prevented them from falling. In their vision, the external void rotated quickly, causing dizziness, with demonic qi and golden flames interweaving, forming various spectacular scenes, like a kaleidoscope. Li Xuanmiao and the mysterious evil demon had already started battling. Li Xuanmiao displayed his Dharma aspect, his form not inferior to the mysterious evil demon in the slightest. Both wielded their divine weapons with incredible speed, divine skills moving effortlessly, without the need to cast a spell. Various Dharma aspects and divine skills collided, shaking the void. Soon, the void shattered, and the surging wind of the great Tao swept them into deeper darkness. The heavenly Tao's strong light on Li Xuanmiao was so bright, illuminating the cultivators, none of whom spoke, engrossed in watching the battle nervously. Powerful, inconceivable. This was everyone's impression. The momentum of those divine skills was not only magnificent but also incomprehensible to them. As Li Xuanmiao swung his spear, it spun, causing slices of heaven and earth to shoot out along the spear's body, colliding with the mysterious evil demon. The mysterious evil demon seemed to have invisible clones, causing the Jin Qi around Li Xuanmiao to be continuously impacted. In the midst of battle, the mysterious evil demon would sometimes open its mouth, releasing countless demons that charged forward one after another toward Li Xuanmiao. They were actually able to penetrate the celestial Tao flame and land on Li Xuanmiao's armor. Li Xuanmiao frowned slightly. Although he could disperse the demons on his body, he could feel a power of cause and effect eroding his mana. While he hadn't fallen into a disadvantaged position, he couldn't suppress the mysterious evil demon in a short time either. This was his first battle after ascending to immortality. The dark heavenly court had invaded. He was responsible for roaming the 3,000 great worlds, eradicating the dark demons that infiltrated, and the reason he arrived in time was that he calculated Li Ya's peril. He wasn't familiar with Li Ya, but the bloodline cause and effect was there, and he could feel it. Saving Li Ya was merely a convenient act, unrelated to anyone's relationship. Now, Li Xuanmiao only wanted to defeat the dark demon in front of him. Even though he was not obedient to the will of the celestial court, at this moment, he had to defend the dignity of the heavenly court immortals and must not disappoint his master's expectations. Li Xuanmiao's gaze sharpened, blood-red Tao patterns surfaced on his forehead as he swept across with his spear single-handedly. A terrifying and vast golden rainbow erupted, pushing back the mysterious evil demon. The golden rainbow pierced through the darkness, as if cleaving everything in two. Immediately, countless golden chains emerged from within the golden rainbow, quickly binding the mysterious evil demon. The mysterious evil demon struggled madly, unable to break free in a short time. They continued descending, below appearing a vast river of qi, a long river of the great Tao. Li Xuanmiao paid no mind to where they had arrived, continuing to cast his spells. Over the mysterious evil demons had appeared layers of golden wheels, from which a golden giant cauldron descended, directly falling and enshrouding the mysterious evil demon. A strange and ear-piercing chant echoed, as if countless people were chanting together, causing Li Ya and the other cultivators to feel their divine souls turn upside down. Fortunately, the feeling came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Once they had cleared their minds, they looked up to see the world enveloped by a golden screen of light, within which were densely packed exotic characters and patterns, immersing them in the true meaning of heaven and earth, overwhelming them at first glance. At the same time, far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Gu En was observing this battle. His avatar was in the profound abyss divine pool, seeking more information about the saint, and Li Xuanmiao was engaged in the battle. What a coincidence indeed. Li Xuanmiao's current cultivation level had already reached the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, while the mysterious evil demon was also a Taiqing Golden Immortal. However, compared to the mysterious evil demon, Li Xuanmiao's realm was forcibly elevated by the celestial Tao destiny, resulting in a certain disparity in strength between them. Gu En also heard Li Ya's inner voice. "Senior brother, the demon before you is nothing. Even Hongya Zi, who surpasses him by 100,000 times, is just as confused. Guan thought with a smile on his lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791. Persistence. Guan didn't make a move immediately, but continued watching Li Xuanmiao battle the evil demon. Although Li Xuanmiao was not a match, this fight could temper him. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze to Li Ya. Although he would tease Li Ya about always getting beaten when they met, in reality he greatly admired Li Ya. His nurturing of Li Ya was far less than that of his disciples, yet Li Ya's growth, despite being full of hardships, saw an undoubtedly fast increase in his cultivation level. Among his peers, how many could compare? Li Ya's fate was constantly changing. Even without Guan's interference, he could change his destiny through opportunities. Once, his fate was to become the #1 great cultivator in the world, but now, his fate was no longer confined to the celestial spirit great world. This perilous encounter also altered Li Ya's destiny. Li Ya surprisingly had a cause and effect destiny line for ascending to immortality. After this battle, ascending to immortality would become his obsession. Once Li Ya had an obsession, he would exert all his strength to achieve his goal. It was precisely this personality that had supported him to this day. In some sense, Li Ya resembled the protagonist in novels from his past life on Earth. In his spare time, Guan would often focus on him, as if following a thrilling drama series. Until dusk fell, the battle between Li Xuanmiao and the evil demon had not yet concluded, and they had fallen into a great river of the great Tao, fortuitously the river of destiny. Lu Qiuxian, although still in the river of destiny, was already able to detach from it. He was obtaining enlightenment deep within, seemingly creating a great divine power about the path of destiny. Li Xuanmiao's battle had been noticed by Lu Qiuxian, yet he was unconcerned. He also knew that the immortal gods were immortal and unextinguishable, and he did not wish to get involved in the matters of the celestial court. Guan stood up, stretching his waist in the courtyard. Recently, he rarely stayed in that patch of bamboo forest, deciding to relax for a period, no longer straining his mind on that mysterious state of mind. If you can't figure it out, why not let it go for now? Guan also wanted to be as persistent as Li Ya, but if he couldn't achieve it, he could only give up. If all else fails, it's still not beyond cheating. He would never give up on the ability to evolve lifespan. He always thought he wasn't a genius, and that getting to this day was solely due to his lifespan evolution ability. Even though he had become powerful, he would not deny this fact, nor fakely intend to give up this ability. The reason he would seek enlightenment on his own was to find something to do during the years of storing lifespan. He could take shortcuts to become strong, but he couldn't afford not to understand his power after becoming strong. Guan casually chatted a bit with Xinjin in front of the artifact refining cauldron, then returned to the house alone. As the moon set and the sun rose, a new day came. Guan walked out of the house, holding a flute, heading out of the courtyard. The dojo was filled with rolling mountains, the green hills and waters grand and picturesque. The floating spirit mist made the world seem more like an immortal realm. Although Guan was already used to the scenery in the dojo, every time he stepped out of the courtyard, he felt a sense of contentment. The many worlds he could see, but what truly belonged to him was the little world within the dojo, where everything brought him satisfaction. He stepped into the forest, enjoying the morning breeze brushing against his face. The flowers and plants by the roadside were vibrant, with a faint hint of spirited beings passing by. Those were spiritual objects formed by the condensation of Tao intent, possessing a degree of spiritual intelligence, but unable to contact living spirits, let alone communicate, merely existing in the same dojo but not in the same space. Along the way, Guan reached the cliff halfway up the mountain. Looking far ahead, he saw a dozen disciples practicing swordplay by a small river between the mountains some 10 miles away, guided by a 5th-generation disciple. Such scenes were present in several places within the dojo. Wuxia had already formed its Daoist lineage, with complete regulations and order, requiring no effort from Guan. Having developed to the present, Wuxia was no longer just a dojo belonging to Guan alone, but also an embodiment of the disciples' efforts. Over the long years, the second-generation disciples, when traveling outside, had established a very positive image for Wuxia, earning it the reputation of a human world immortal cultivation holy land. Every year, people would come to the edge of the 9-spirit continent seeking to join Wuxia to cultivate immortality, but even entering Wuxia was difficult, let alone becoming a citizen of the 9-spirit dynasty. Guan raised the flute in his hand and spun it with one hand, his gaze already falling on Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao was beginning to fall into a disadvantage. Within the vast river of destiny, the mysterious evil demon was entangled entirely with black chains formed by the path of cause and effect, wielding the long spear to attack Li Xuanmiao. His offensive continued to intensify, forcing Li Xuanmiao to retreat step by step. Li Xuanmiao, hair disheveled, his armor on the verge of breaking, seemed quite in distress, as if heading towards a dead end. Li Xuanmiao furrowed his brows tightly, as the demonic creatures spewing from the mysterious evil demon's mouth were devouring his mana, and now the black chains around the mysterious evil demon were shattering his mana each time they struck. He had exerted every means he possessed, repeatedly deploying all the divine skills and secret techniques at his disposal. The best scenario he managed was to shatter the mysterious evil demon's physical body, yet within a very short time it would regroup again, leaving him feeling powerless. Could I be defeated? Li Xuanmiao thought with unwillingness in his heart. Being an immortal god, even in death he could resurrect in the celestial court. Still, he was unwilling for his first battle as an immortal god to end in failure. Hundreds of cultivators trapped in the palm of the mysterious evil demon once again fell into despair. His speed is getting slower. I can barely make out some of his moves. If even the celestial immortal monarch can't deal with this demon, then we're really doomed. Rumor has it that the celestial court is the gathering place for immortal gods. Surely they wouldn't dispatch only one immortal god, right? Do you know what an immortal monarch represents? Currently, all the immortal gods campaigning across the 3,000 great worlds are of a lower immortal position tier than him. Damn it, to think I'd die at the hands of an unknown evil demon without even a name. How frustrating. The cultivators were discussing among themselves, with many remaining silent, their eyes filled with fear. More than death, they feared enduring tortures worse than death. This demon was so powerful, yet it did not kill them, instead taking them somewhere, clearly not allowing them an easy death. Leah had long since come out from his complicated emotions, now filled only with concern, fearing Li Xuanmiao might encounter misfortune. He didn't believe such a coincidental occurrence. With his cultivation level, he could already perceive the cause and effect between people. Being an immortal monarch, Li Xuanmiao was naturally capable of the same. He felt Li Xuanmiao had come specifically to save him, even though they were not well acquainted, but after all, they were of the same lineage. Don't be stupid, finally reaching immortality, there's no need to fight to the death for us, Leah muttered softly, hoping Li Xuanmiao could hear. At that moment, the mysterious evil demon roared angrily, the chains around its body quickly intertwining, unexpectedly revealing a black coffin. Tia the novel and at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as the black coffin appeared, the surrounding great Daoist air currents surged towards it, and even Li Xuanmiao felt a horrible pulling force. Li Xuanmiao, looking at the black coffin larger than the mysterious evil demon itself, was filled with intense unease. The existence within this coffin was undoubtedly very dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792. The black coffin was suspended behind the mysterious evil spirit, its lid slowly opening amidst the chaos of the great Tao. Even those like Leah, who were held within the palm of the mysterious evil spirit, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They all turned their heads to look and saw the black coffin, larger than the evil spirit itself. From their vantage point, they couldn't even see the top of the coffin. What could be in there? Everyone held a sense of unease that was more torturous than awaiting death. Li Xuanmiao, who was also being pulled by the black coffin's force, sensed something amiss. His intuition told him that if he were to come into contact with that black coffin, it would certainly lead to a bad ending. The lid of the black coffin opened a crack, revealing a darkness even blacker than the void, which, upon a single glance, seemed to draw one's mind into a never-ending oppressiveness. Li Xuanmiao forcibly withdrew his gaze and glanced toward the right arm of the mysterious evil spirit. He decided to first save those people before his imminent death. His expression suddenly changed, becoming cold and fierce. A gate of light manifested out of thin air behind him, pouring forth an immense amount of celestial Dao destiny, which then flowed into his body, granting him temporary strength to escape the pull of the black coffin. He leapt into the air, moving agilely to the side of the mysterious evil spirit. In his hand he wielded a divine spear, gathering his most powerful mana, intending to thrust it toward the right arm of the mysterious demon. At that moment, Li Xuanmiao's face changed dramatically. He suddenly found himself in a place of absolute darkness, without the mysterious evil spirit around him and without the river of destiny beneath his feet. To his horror, he realized he couldn't move. He could only laboriously lift his eyes and see a massive object faintly visible in the darkness above him, which upon closer inspection was indeed the black coffin summoned by the mysterious evil spirit. The black coffin continued to open. How is this possible? Li Xuanmiao's eyes widened. No matter how much effort he exerted, he couldn't move his body or soul. He couldn't distinguish whether he had fallen into an illusion realm or was sealed in another space. As the lid of the black coffin opened further, a black claw covered in scales emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. This grip sent a jolt through Li Xuanmiao's heart. He began to feel fear. This emotion was beyond his control, swiftly spreading and occupying his entire heart. At this moment, his mind went blank, and he could only gaze dazedly at that black claw. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound came from afar, growing clearer, gradually dispelling the fear in Li Xuanmiao's heart. Li Xuanmiao turned his head to look, but saw nothing. All around was extreme darkness, yet the flute music brought him a sense of peace. Is it you? Li Xuanmiao's gaze became complex. Immortal gods are immortal and indestructible, and Venerable Guangfa Taiguang certainly wouldn't take action. The only one who might is his master in the mortal realm. He immediately relaxed and, when looking again at the black coffin and the emerging black claw, he felt no fear. The darkness was larger than the world itself, and in its presence, Li Xuanmiao was extremely small. But now, he feared nothing and even showed a playful expression. Even after joining the celestial court and witnessing worlds of higher realms, in his heart, Guwen remained the strongest. Even the legendary celestial Dao Venerable or celestial emperor might not be stronger than his master. He knew that expressing such thoughts would make him a laughingstock, but he firmly believed it. Guwen did not exude an aura more formidable than Venerable Guangfa Taiguang, but Guwen's demeanor was so calm and mysterious, giving an impression of profound enigma that no one else could. Boom! The lid of the black coffin was suddenly blasted open, and a terrifying dark shadow seemed ready to burst forth. A strong light descended from above, instantly enveloping the black coffin, scaring the shadow back into the coffin. Then, Li Xuanmiao saw an indescribable giant claw descend from the strong light, grasping the black coffin directly. This seemed to be the claw of some divine bird, making the enormous black coffin appear like a small block of wood under its grasp. With a shocked expression, Li Xuanmiao watched as the divine bird's claw, holding the black coffin, vanished into the strong light, coming and going swiftly. Before he could react, the surrounding darkness abruptly shattered, and he found himself back on the river of destiny, with an arm suspended in front of him, the arm of the mysterious evil spirit, with hundreds of cultivators including Liya still standing in its palm. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators were looking up, all dumbfounded and trembling all over. The mysterious evil spirit and that black coffin had already vanished without a trace. That claw just now, one cultivator asked in a trembling voice. The mysterious evil spirit was tremendously terrifying, and the earlier battle had already driven them to despair. Yet, unexpectedly, a mysterious bird claw descended and directly dispersed the mysterious evil spirit, taking away that black coffin. Everything happened so fast, it made them doubt if what they had seen was real. No one answered the cultivator's question, but Li Xuanmiao did hear it, which further convinced him that his experience just now was real. Was that my master's mount? But I've never seen him raise any divine birds. Li Xuanmiao looked at the mysterious evil spirit's arm, his mind filled with bewilderment. You have successfully seized 61,982,073,922 years of lifespan from the cause and effect greedy demon, Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm Perfection. Gu Wen looked at the notification in front of him, then lifted his right hand. He stood on the cliff of the Daoist field of the beginningless, facing the vast, spectacular mountain scenery. A bird descended from the sky, which was his Tongxian venerable spirit, the Wuxia divine sparrow. The Wuxia divine sparrow landed on his hand, clutching a small black object with its beak, which was the black coffin, now shrunk to the size of a finger. Gu Wen raised his left hand, took the black coffin, and it enlarged, but still could be held with one hand. There was something inside the coffin. This was an existence more terrifying than the cause and effect greedy demon, with a cultivation level reaching the early stage of Miao Zhen Daoyuo Immortal Realm, 2 major realms higher than Li Xuanmiao, which was the reason Gu Wen took action. Gu Wen temporarily did not intend to destroy the evil demon inside. He found it intriguing, so he squeezed it with his hand, setting a powerful restriction, turning the black coffin into a black plate, which he casually hung on his belt. Then he turned and walked down the mountain, with the Wuxia divine sparrow hopping onto his shoulder. As Gu Wen descended the mountain, he petted it. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he happened to encounter Enzizai. Seeing him, Enzizai immediately saluted, then smiled and asked, "Ancestor, are you taking this divine sparrow out for a stroll again? When will it develop spiritual intelligence?" Sia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia divine sparrow was brought by Gu Wen from the outside and often flew around in the dojo. All disciples knew it, but none had seen it display its strength, and its aura was also very weak, appearing unimpressive. Gu Wen smiled and replied, "Speaking is not the only sign of developing spiritual intelligence. In fact, it is quite clever and understands all things in the world." And Zizai nodded, not daring to contradict Gu Wen. He then said, "Ancestor, the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance has an alliance hierarch attempting to attain a golden immortal Dao fruit and has invited great cultivators from all over to observe the Tribulation Crossing. They also sent an invitation to Wuxia. Should I represent Wuxia in attending to watch?" Mentioning the golden immortal Dao fruit, a peculiar sparkle appeared on his face. This realm had already shaken the immortal cultivation realm, and he had long heard of it, but he didn't know how powerful a golden immortal was and had always aspired to witness it. This time, he also wanted to go see the spectacle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Perfection Realm. The celestial spirit Great World is about to birth an innate golden immortal. Although this tribulation crosser comes from another great thousand world, he has already rooted himself in the celestial spirit Great World, and his achievements will also drive the development of the celestial spirit Great World. Even though Gu Wen had foreseen this long ago, the arrival of this moment still made him somewhat emotional. In the past, the celestial spirit Great World had hardly any free immortals, let alone golden immortals. At that time, the Great World was divided into countless little worlds, and the Daoist Zhang Zizai Immortal hid deep within the void, indifferent to worldly affairs. Now, not only have the Daoist Zhang Zizai Immortals appeared in the human world to establish sects or open dojos to teach the Dao, spreading their immortal name widely, even profound Yuan free immortals are doing the same. Beneath the 3,000 great worlds are countless little worlds, known as the mortal realms. The cultivators in these mortal realms, upon reaching the limits of heaven and earth, will all ascend. Many ascenders of the celestial spirit Great World either merge into the world or continue to rise to legendary status. Every day, splendid events unfold across the land. during Guwen's leisure, he always finds matters that pique his interest when he takes a sweeping glance at the world. Since you wish to go, then go. You may take a group of disciples. Decide the number yourself, Guwen said to Nzizai with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nzizai immediately flashed a smile, quickly bowed, and thanked him. Ancestor, in your opinion, will that person succeed in breaking through? Nzizai asked curiously. Guwen replied, he will succeed. In the future, the world will welcome the era of the golden immortals. In the years to come, each era will be longer, and the changes from one era to another will not be defined by great calamities. Hearing this, Nzizai felt even more eager for the future. Guwen did not say more and left with the Wuxia divine sparrow. Nzizai watched him leave and, observing his leisurely demeanor, felt deeply moved. What about golden immortals? The ancestor's cultivation level is much higher than that of golden immortals, yet he never becomes arrogant because of it, nor is he greedy for power. He prefers a quiet pastoral life. Nzizai most admired the ancestor for this ability to remain calm and peaceful. He had once tried to imitate this, but regrettably, after a long time in seclusion, he would always yearn to go out and could never fully convince himself to let go of fame and fortune. Currently, he manages the affairs big and small of Wuxia, and although it is arduous, he finds it meaningful. If he truly let go of the power in his hands, he definitely would feel some reluctance. Guwen, with his back to Nzizai, heard the youngster's inner thoughts and his lips curled into a subtle smile. Since the birth of the first innate golden immortal in the celestial spirit great world, heaven and earth shook, and the atmosphere in the immortal cultivation realm seemed ready to soar upward. The innate golden immortal preached to all living beings, and the sound of the Tao resonated throughout the entire world, benefiting countless living creatures, and even those mortals who had not cultivated gained many insights. The passage of time accelerated. Guwen's range of activity remained within the celestial spirit great world. If an old friend encountered trouble, he wouldn't personally appear because the Wuxia divine sparrow's intervention was sufficient. The Wuxia divine sparrow could extend his lifespan, which was far more advantageous than avatars or puppets, allowing him to relax more. As the constellations changed and earthly agitations unfolded over countless years, the human world had undergone significant changes. Now arrived at the Daoist beginning era, cultivators soared on celestial inquiries, pursuing higher realms, thus sparking a significant development in Daoist techniques. Great cultivators from all around the world taught the Tao, advancing the celestial Tao destiny in the human world, hence it was known as the Daoist beginning era. All living beings could feel the rise of the celestial spirit great world. The future could only become better, thus it was named beginning, symbolizing that the path toward the great Tao of this great thousand world had only just begun. That year, at the beginning of autumn, nearing noon, Guwen appeared out of nowhere within a bamboo forest and walked towards a pavilion among the woods. He had just gone to break through and had now reached the primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection. The progress from the middle stage to the perfection realm took nearly 30 trillion years of lifespan, reducing his accumulated lifespan over many years to more than 15 trillion years. Although the consumption was great, the effect was significant. The higher the great realm, the greater the gap between small realms. Take the primordial profound venerable immortal, for instance. A mere one-level difference in a minor realm signifies an absolute disparity in strength. Given this, striving for higher realms requires at least having an accumulated lifespan of 1 billion years. 1 billion years should indeed be called 10,000 trillion years. 10,000 trillion years can also be referred to as a quadrillion years. Guwen thought about the Xuanzi algorithm of ancient Wuxia, which recorded, in the method of large numbers, 10,000 is called a, 10,000 is a zhao, 10,000 zhao is a jing, 10,000 jing is a gai, 10,000 gai is a zi, 10,000 zi is a liang, 10,000 liang is a go, 10,000 go is a jian, 10,000 jian is a zheng, 10,000 zheng is a zai. His lifespan number had not yet surpassed the imagination of the ancients of Wuxia, indicating it was still not enough. As Guwen reflected, upon reaching the primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection, his vision expanded once more, allowing him to see more unknown territories and a grander Great Tao. He realized that the road ahead was still long. Fortunately, within the known range, no one could threaten him. The novel, NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the Celestial Emperor and a few Celestial Tao venerables, their whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps they were exploring more vast and distant domains, having likely grown weary of everything within the Celestial Tao over the long years. Guwen strolled back leisurely as usual, making people feel as if he had merely gone out for a brief distraction. Though only away for 2 hours, his power had transformed profoundly. 2 hours, even giving a primordial profound venerable immortal 10 million years, or a billion years, couldn't result in such progress. Gu and his eyes turned toward the 3,000 great worlds. The struggle for the Son of Heaven had reached its final stages, with 90% of the great 1,000 worlds already under the great immortal divine Yuan's command. Xianyuan human venerable continued to resist stubbornly, but the outcome was clear, and the immortal gods under his command were restless, feeling anxious about the future. Su Yu, who often accompanied Zhang Buku, seemed to be plotting something. With him, Guwen wasn't worried that Xianyuan human venerable's defeat would implicate Zhang Buku. Guwen arrived at a small river and stopped just before crossing, looking into the distance where a giant 7-colored light shield stood amidst the mountains, forming its own barrier world. Within, 2 Wushiji disciples were sparring, both being free immortals. This made Guwen somewhat sentimental. The 9th generation disciples already had some reaching the free immortal realm, and though it was the 2 strongest of the 9th generation, it still gave Guwen the sense that the era of the Holy Court had become distant. He stood in place, starting to observe intently. His relationship with his disciples and grand-disciples wasn't particularly close. He rarely guided his grand-disciples' cultivation, but he occasionally viewed their cultivation results. The time needed to achieve free immortal status was becoming increasingly shorter, but the transition from free immortal to Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal still remained long. The reincarnation tribulation was difficult to complete, with countless free immortals stuck at it for millions of years. To bypass the reincarnation tribulation, the only path is to become a primordial Tao Emperor. Because of this, the primordial Tao Emperor has gained high status in the celestial spirit great world, symbolizing ultimate talent. Striving to become a primordial Tao Emperor is equally challenging, but at least for the world's cultivators, it represents a possible path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794. Turning the tide by sheer effort. Guwen stood by the river for quite a while, then crossed the small river and walked toward the mountain where he resided. An hour later, he entered his courtyard. Coincidentally, Shangguan Xian'er was also there, discussing a major event of the world with Shenzhen. Guwen had become accustomed. Although Wuxia does not intervene in worldly affairs, he is not completely detached from the world. The disciples always have exchanges with the sects, and whenever a major event occurs in the world, Wuxi's disciples will always make an appearance. Of course, this is also the thought of the sections. Having Wuxi's disciples present, whether to preach or host conferences, will bring prestige and demonstrate one's status. Although Wuxia does not seek domination, countless legends have been passed down since antiquity, and no one dares to shake Wuxi's prestige. Till now, the world has not witnessed the birth of a second innate golden immortal. Do you think the Demon Emperor can succeed? He is still far from the rank of innate golden immortal. But that innate golden immortal claimed he possesses the potential for golden immortal, and at this grand event of the demon race, the Demon Emperor will exhibit the process of breaking through to the profound Yuan free immortal. If successful, he will be the youngest profound Yuan free immortal. That is simply because we, Wuxia, do not compare ourselves with the outside world. Facing Shangguan Xian'er's curiosity, Shenzhen appeared calm, showing no interest in the Demon Emperor. She glanced at Guwen without paying much attention. Shangguan Xian'er saluted Guwen, then continued chatting with Shenzhen, and those not knowing might think they were master and disciple. Guwen returned inside, preparing to take a nap. With his cultivation level, he could do without sleep, but recently he enjoyed experiencing the red dust in dreams. In dreams, he crafted a unique life, experiencing it firsthand. He discovered he could make dreams become reality, creating the world from his dreams. However, he is not omnipotent, at least he cannot create a Dao world stronger than his cultivation level. He increasingly believed that the so-called heavens and earth were not products of the great Dao, but were opened up by powerful beings. There is no heaven or earth within the great Dao river, even if there is, they are the fallen ones entering in, without an original cause and effect relationship. S.E. the Novelier. N.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As Guwen fell asleep, Shangguan Xian'er managed to persuade Xinzhen to accompany her to the demon race's grand event. The Dao treasures in their hands had just been reforged by Guwen. In this world, no one could harm them. After they departed, the courtyard of Guwen fell silent. The sun set, the moon rose, and the seasons changed. When the two ladies returned, half a year had passed. Guwen stepped out from the house, stretched lazily under the sun. "You didn't sleep until now, did you?" Shenzhen questioned with a suspicious look. Guwen glanced at her, countering, "Why not?" Nowadays, his medicine gardens around the region flourished anew, planted with high-tier spiritual grass. Each time he harvested, he could prolong the time. High-tier cultivation herbs mature over decades, and do not much diminish lifespan. Now, he not only gained ample time but also his annual income of lifespan increased to nearly 3 billion years. In Wuxi's Daoist field of the beginningless, the medicinal herbs planted were too numerous to count. Every disciple had their own medicine garden. Guwen would not interfere, and if he wanted to explode in lifespan, he could do it any time, but only if a crisis arrived beforehand. He would not reveal even a trace of his ability to seize lifespan. "Well, would you like to hear about our experiences at the demon race?" Shenzhen walked toward Guwen, asking with a smile. Guwen nodded, letting her speak while reminiscing about his dream. He lived another lifetime as Yang Xian, never taking innocent lives, focusing on chivalry, living a splendid life. The name of the Sword Dao Saint ancestor re-emerged. Acquiring this title is not only due to his strength but also his merits. Unaware of Guwen's thoughts, Shenzhen eagerly shared about the demon race's festivities. Initially, she wasn't interested in the demon emperor, but seeing the demon emperor crossing the tribulation and his attitude towards people and matters, she had a change in perspective. She thought the demon emperor truly might become the second innate golden immortal. Interestingly, why did I feel the demon emperor's form and voice resembled yours somewhat? Although there's a significant difference, from afar, his silhouette looks like him seeing you. Shenzhen looked at Guwen suspiciously, curiously asked, hoping to discern something from Guwen's expression. The origin of the demon emperor has always been a mystery worldwide. Rumors once suggested a connection between the demon emperor and the ancestor master Wuxia. Even Wuxi's disciples had asked Guwen, but he firmly denied it. Shenzhen returned in high spirits, feeling she might have discovered the link between the demon emperor and Guwen. Not only did they resemble in form, but there were also some indistinct causes and effects on the demon emperor that could not be deduced, yet indeed existed. This feeling she only detected in Guwen, knowing she specialized in cause and effect. Concerning the achievement in the path of cause and effect, no Wuxia disciple could rival her, except for Fairy Yaoxian, who was stronger but not considered a Wuxia disciple. Guwen looked at her, his expression serious, and said solemnly, "Some causes and effects are best left unprobed, otherwise." Shenzhen was stunned by his shift in demeanor. She had never seen Guwen so serious and felt a bit unnerved. "Beware, it'll erase your memory." Guwen revealed a smile, raising his hand to gently tap her forehead. Shenzhen came back to her senses, instantly understanding Guwen was teasing her. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. As she was about to inquire further, Enzazai appeared, bowing to Guwen, saying, "Ancestor, 2 immortal gods have come to visit you. One calls himself Zixuan Old Immortal, and the other calls himself Tai Immortal Monarch." Seeing Enzazai show up, Shenzhen stopped questioning since Guwen refused to disclose the connection with the demon emperor. Clearly for a reason, she could only ask privately. "Bring them to the mountain viewing pavilion." Guwen replied, and Nzizai immediately disappeared from where he stood. "All right, I have matters to attend to, you should rest first." Guwen left these words behind and departed. His awakening was not merely to greet Xinzhen. Watching his departing figure, Xinzhen clicked her tongue in amazement. "Remarkable. They say demon transformations take reference from appearance they find appealing. Speaking of which, the looks of Celestial Demon Child, Celestial Scion, Celestial Bai seemed familiar as if I've seen them somewhere before, elsewhere." Guwen walked all the way to the mountain viewing pavilion. Standing in the pavilion, he gazed at the nearby great waterfall. Before long, Nzizai led Sichuan Old Immortal and Tai Immortal Monarch there. Nzizai showed great curiosity toward the two immortal gods. Although immortal gods are no longer just intangible legends, he had yet to truly interact with immortal gods. Guwen nodded slightly at Nzizai, indicating for him to leave. After Nzizai left, Sichuan Old Immortal stood in the pavilion, bowing to Guwen and saying, "Please, Ancestor Master Wuxia, intervene and save the world for human venerable." Guwen turned around, looking at him, expressionless. Tai Immortal Monarch stood beside Sichuan Old Immortal, saying nothing, but observing Guwen's expression. "I am not a celestial court immortal god, nor do I have the ambition to ascend to immortality. Why should I assist him?" Guwen asked coldly. This moment, his look imposed immense pressure on Sichuan Old Immortal. Compared to last meeting, Sichuan Old Immortal felt as if facing another person entirely. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 795, Son of Heaven's Opportunity. Facing Guwen's inquiry and gaze, Elder Xian suppressed his inner unease and spoke. "Although the Patriarch does not participate in the struggle for the throne, as long as Wuxia remains in this great thousand world for a day, it is difficult to avoid the ramifications brought by the struggle. If the great immortal divine Yuan wins, the 3,000 great worlds will be destroyed and recreated into the 3,000 great worlds he desires. If Xin Yuan succeeds, he will not change the 3,000 great worlds. All he wants is to thwart the provocation from the great immortal divine Yuan. He does not need the 3,000 great worlds to transform into anything else." As Xian spoke these words, his gaze was firmly fixed on Guwen. Tai Immortal Monarch had already heard this narrative, which was also the reason for Tai Immortal Monarch's accompaniment. If the great immortal divine Yuan were victorious and became an enemy of Guwen, at that time, should Guwen resist, he would face the entire celestial court, and Tai Immortal Monarch would also have to oppose Guwen, which would be unacceptable for Tai Immortal Monarch. After all, he had invested so many years of effort and was unwilling for it all to be in vain. The rapid development of the celestial spirit great world has been supported significantly by Tai Immortal Monarch behind the scenes. Looking at Guwen, Tai Immortal Monarch's eyes already indicated his stance. Guwen responded to the gaze of Elder Xian, saying, "I can leave with Wuxia. I can even leave with the celestial spirit great world. The ambition of the great immortal divine Yuan poses no threat to me." Elder Xian followed up, saying, "While you are capable of departing with the celestial spirit great world, all living beings are creations of the heavenly Tao, and if the celestial court strips them of their celestial Tao destiny, they will inevitably disperse into ashes." Guwen approached the table and sat down, choosing not to respond verbally. Instead, he picked up the teapot and poured himself some tea. Each day there is new tea at the mountain viewing pavilion, prepared by the ghost mother of ephemera. Even if Guwen is not within the dojo, she prepares it personally or dispatches others to do so. Elder Xian looked at Guwen, waiting for his decision. The sound of the waterfall cascading echoed around the three. Gritting his teeth, Elder Xian said, "If the Patriarch is willing to intervene, His Highness can agree to any request. This was previously instructed to me by His Highness." Guwen sighed and said, "I have no demands. I have finally found a place for peaceful cultivation and enlightenment and have no desire to be disturbed." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian felt a hint of delight. The absence of absolute refusal meant there was room for negotiation. If you wish not to be entangled in the cause and effect of the celestial court, after this battle ends, I will not report your name to the celestial court. Moreover, you can rest assured, the struggle for the throne relies on individual abilities. The great immortal divine Yuan has also sought many great powers not belonging to the celestial court. Should you be willing to act, His Highness will ensure you bear no trouble and will reward you, even if you do not wish to join the celestial court. However, if your disciple wishes to ascend to immortality, His Highness will absolutely support it. Elder Xian spoke thus, observing the number of disciples under Wuxia and noting precedents of ascension, thinking such words might sway Gu, and was evaluating. In his view of the future, Xianyuan Human Venerable was destined to fail. He indeed had the capability to alter fate. He knew Elder Xian spoke truthfully because he had seen the arrival of heavenly soldiers and generals at the celestial spirit great world. He had painstakingly repaired relations with the celestial court, and now there was another obstacle. How could he stand by and do nothing? The reason he agreed to see Elder Xian was that he already had a decision at heart. However, he wanted Xianyuan Human Venerable to know the difficulty of his intervention so that Xianyuan Human Venerable might treat Wuxia disciples in the immortal class kindly in the future. Having reached Gu An's realm, personal interest was no longer highly significant. He cared more about those around him and the younger generation. He never hoped for those near him to provide substantial help or benefits. If such were the case, it would indicate he was not strong enough and still required the people around him to perform certain tasks for him. What mattered to him were emotions and his inner desires. Moreover, in his view, the presence of old friends could remind him of the path traveled. Seeing Gu fall into silence, Elder Xian felt increasingly uncertain. He did not understand what Gu was still considering. Tai Immortal Monarch, on the other hand, was secretly excited. Facing the forces of the great immortal divine Yuan, Gu did not refuse outright, which inherently demonstrated his strength. Tai Immortal Monarch began to envision the future. If Gu helped Xianyuan Human Venerable turn the tides, he would have established good relations with Xianyuan Human Venerable, which was undoubtedly beneficial for him. Previously, he did not join the fray because he was uncertain which Son of Heaven would triumph. If it were possible to befriend the victorious Son of Heaven, he certainly would not refuse. Gritting his teeth, Elder Xian took out a golden jade pendant from his sleeve, saying, "This is His Highness' most important token. If you are willing to intervene, this item will be bestowed upon you. This item comes from the Emperor of Heaven and can exempt you from capital punishment by the celestial court and grant you a supreme immortal position, an opportunity greatly coveted by sons of heaven." Seeing the jade pendant, Gu's eyelids twitched. This item did not appear in his foresight, indicating it truly represented the power of the Emperor of Heaven. Instinctively, he wanted Elder Xian to quickly put it away to prevent attracting the Emperor of Heaven. But on second thought, within the dojo, cause and effect can be isolated. Why should he fear? Having grown steadily to today, his lifespan evolution abilities could be trusted. A primordial profound venerable immortal would indeed cause concern in the celestial court, yet he could rest easy, implying even the Emperor of Heaven could not probe the cause and effect within the dojo. With such a treasure, does Human Venerable still fear failure? Gu did not reach to receive the item but rather asked. Elder Xian replied, "Human Venerable cares about victory, about the interests of all immortal spirits and mortal spirits supporting him. Rather than face utter destruction, he does not wish to disappoint all who support him." These words led Gu to regard Xianyuan Human Venerable a little higher. Gu spoke, "Since that is the case, I shall assist you, but I will not show myself, and I hope you and Human Venerable do not reveal my existence." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian was overjoyed and immediately expressed gratitude to Gu. "May I ask, Patriarch, when will you act?" Elder Xian set the golden jade pendant on the table and eagerly asked, "Just relay the message to him. I will act at the appropriate time. I will only help him resolve the battlefield of the 3,000 great worlds. As for the battle between the great immortal divine Yuan and him, I will refrain from involvement," Gu replied. "Sar the Novlier. And T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Naturally, the struggle for the throne cannot be interfered with by a third party. Elder Ci Xian responded, once again paying his respects to Guan, then departed. Tai Immortal Monarch did not follow in his footsteps, as Guan gestured for him to sit down. After Elder Ci Xian left, Tai Immortal Monarch faced Guan alone, feeling somewhat apprehensive, fearing that bringing Elder Ci Xian might have offended Guan. Xianyuan Human Venerable's promise is indeed trustworthy. Truly, I also hoped you wouldn't get involved, but the great immortal divine Yuan is more dangerous than Xianyuan Human Venerable. Tai Immortal Monarch spoke cautiously, carefully observing Guan's expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 796, Heavenly Dao Emperor Jade Guan glanced at Tai Immortal Monarch and said with a smile, "You need not worry, I am not blaming you." Hearing this, Tai Immortal Monarch felt relieved and smiled. Over the years, I've watched your actions. While some things may not matter to me, your intentions are undoubtedly earnest, whether out of ambition or for other reasons. I harbor no dissatisfaction with you. Guan said to Tai Immortal Monarch, his face graced with a warm smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor when facing the old immortal Zixuan. Tai Immortal Monarch was excited by these words and felt deeply moved. He could sense Guan's sincerity, and he didn't consider it a bad thing that his ambition had been revealed, as he indeed harbored no ill will towards Guan. In fact, after spending so many years in the celestial spirit great world, he had many insights. He found his Tao heart had become more serene, realizing that if immortal gods distanced themselves from all living beings, they would inevitably become arrogant and narrow-minded. Most immortal gods also grew from mortal spirits, and to be arrogant towards mortal spirits is to be arrogant towards one's past self. His own arrogance was why Guan suppressed him for so many years. Whenever he thought of this, Tai Immortal Monarch felt that working for Guan could not impress him, yet what he did was not meaningless, for he gained something himself. Having convinced himself of this, hearing Guan's praise brought him unexpected joy and even a sense of loyalty akin to a soldier willing to die for a confidant. Guan raised his hand to point at the golden jade pendant on the table and asked, "Are these jade pendants common in the celestial court?" If there was only this one, he would have to give it away or always keep it in the dojo, never giving it to his disciples. Tai Immortal Monarch collected his thoughts and said, "Not many, but I have indeed heard of it. This jade pendant is called the Heavenly Dao Emperor Jade, and only a few sons of heaven favored by his imperial majesty and those with great merit can hear of it. The celestial court actually values merit more, which is why the ranks of immortals differ. Over the long years, one's cultivation level can always be improved, but to bring blessings to all living beings requires genuine effort. Immortal gods receive the incense of all beings and are naturally obligated to protect them. Some immortal gods who accomplish little, no matter how high their cultivation level, will not ascend." Guan shook his head with a laugh and said, "You didn't say that before." Tai Immortal Monarch felt embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, "At that time, my mind was clouded. I always thought finding a patron was easier than accumulating merit. To obtain the Heavenly Dao Emperor Jade, merit cannot be achieved by saving beings once or twice but must be accumulated through countless accomplishments." Guan nodded and asked, "Then how many Heavenly Dao Emperor Jades do you think there are?" Tai Immortal Monarch replied, "At least 1,000, given the countless immortal gods in the celestial court. Even I don't know the exact number." Guan felt relieved. In the future he could give the Heavenly Dao Emperor Jade to his cherished disciples. Afterward, Guan exchanged a few simple words with Tai Immortal Monarch and then let him leave. Before leaving, Tai Immortal Monarch hesitated to speak but ultimately took his leave with a bow. Guan knew what he wanted to ask but purposely left it unsaid. After Tai Immortal Monarch left, Guan raised his eyes to gaze at the celestial vault outside the mountain viewing pavilion and mumbled to himself, "The cause and effect of this matter are so great that you cannot hope to conceal it." This time, he intended to eliminate the nefarious formidable creatures of the 3,000 great worlds, granting the living beings of various worlds a chance to rescue the world. Striking in such a manner would certainly yield him an exceptionally vast lifespan. Guwen, who relied on growing medicinal herbs for longevity over the years, unexpectedly felt anxious. After all, lifespan reincarnation holds too many past lessons. Rampantly killing to gain strength quickly would invite annihilation by more formidable beings, including the attention of the celestial court. Guwen did not plan to involve his true self but instead used the Wuxia divine sparrow to intervene. As the thought arose, the Wuxia divine sparrow transformed into a beam of white light and flew over to land on the table, then lay down. Guwen raised his hand to gently stroke its head, feeling as if he were touching his own head. Within the rolling thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, making the entire world overwhelmingly oppressive, dim, and eerie. The land was barren, the mountains lifeless. Above the mountains, a cloud soared past, carrying a dozen people, among whom Zhu Shi was present. When we meet His Highness, you all must kneel and do not raise your heads to look at him, understood? Standing at the front, an elder spoke. He was the Star Monarch, known as Baichen Star Monarch, and behind him were all world rulers from various great worlds, with Zhu Zai's presence being the weakest and thus the least noticeable. We understand. The masters of the great worlds responded in unison. Faced with the upcoming meeting, they were both excited and anxious, with some feeling uneasy. The most uneasy was Zhu Shi, who always felt that meeting the Son of Heaven was not a good thing. She didn't want to come, but as the overt world ruler of the Taiwei Great World, she had no option but to come. Her great cultivators wished not to miss this opportunity but did not dare to replace her. Zhu Shi could only strive to calm herself, not wanting to appear cowardly. Soon, a colossal stone hall appeared ahead, far larger than any mountain in the world. CTH novel, F.I.R. at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the stone hall, while Baichen Star Monarch accelerated his cloud-soaring technique. They swiftly rode the clouds into the stone hall. The hall's passage was immensely broad, its ends shrouded in darkness, discouraging prolonged gazes. Flying forward for a while, Baichen Star Monarch's voice echoed, "Lower your heads." Upon hearing this, everyone inclined their heads downward, not daring to look ahead, Zhu Shi included. A few seconds later, the auspicious cloud landed and quickly dissipated. Zhu Shi felt the ground beneath her feet and her heart raced with anxiety. "Your Highness, these people are the masters of the Great Thousand World, whose foundations rank in the top 20 among the 3,000 great worlds." Upon hearing Baichen Star Monarch's voice, Zhu Shi and the others knelt down, their foreheads touching the ground, afraid to accidentally look up. A lazy voice sounded, uttering just one word, yet it brought a boundless sense of oppression to everyone present. Zhu Zai's heartbeat quickened, and she subconsciously envisioned the Son of Heaven's visage in her mind. At this moment, her Dao fruit trembled, plunging her into an unprecedented state of unease. It's hard to imagine how high the realm of the Son of Heaven is, that merely uttering a single word could instill such fear. It wasn't just her. The world rulers on her left and right were equally affected, even those whose cultivation had reached the innate golden immortal realm, all felt as powerless as ordinary mortals. "Your Highness, we are close to bringing the 3,000 great worlds into our fold. Do you have any instructions?" Baichen Star Monarch inquired respectfully. The voice of the Son of Heaven followed, "I have but one requirement. Ensure the beings of the 3,000 great worlds worship me. If they fail to satisfy me, with a flick of my finger, I shall annihilate the world. All beings related to this realm will vanish into nothingness, their souls dispersed, their bodies and Tao extinguished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 797. The so-called Hope A flick of the finger to annihilate the world. Souls shatter and scatter. Life ends, Tao disappears. Zhu Shi listened to the great immortal divine Yuan's words, Feeling as if she were in an icy cellar, her spine chilled. This son of heaven was even more arrogant and brutal than she had anticipated, filling her with worry about her future. Following such a son of heaven, even if they won, it seemed unlikely to end well. Bachan Star Monarch's voice rang out, "They will do it." Before coming here, Bachan Star Monarch had instructed all the masters of the great worlds to speak as little as possible and to agree to anything the Son of Heaven demanded without refusal. The great immortal divine Yuan responded, and immediately she felt a powerful and warm force envelop her. An endless stream of Dao spiritual qi and true meaning of the great Dao surged from all directions, causing her vestment robe to billow, strands of her hair floated up, and her lowered head showed a look of surprise. No matter how much she feared the great immortal divine Yuan in her heart, at this moment, she felt delighted by the opportunity she received. Not just her, but the other masters of the great worlds felt the same, believing they made the right gamble. At least for now, they have already benefited. She quickly felt a strong dizziness, causing her to lose consciousness rapidly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, she seemed to have had a very long dream, as if she experienced another life, but this life was different from a mortal's life, consisting only of continual enlightenment. When her consciousness awakened, she opened her eyes and found herself still in that dim great hall, surrounded by a mist of silver blue. Not just her, but the other masters of the great worlds were in the same condition. Some had already awakened and were cultivating, while others were still lying on the ground, not yet awake. She looked forward, and on the steps ahead was a gigantic, unoccupied treasure throne, while Bachan Star Monarch stood before it, gazing into the distance, seemingly spying on something. She retracted her gaze, then got up and began to meditate in place. As she closed her eyes again, the insights from before erupted in her mind. Her understanding of the 3,000 great Dao was insanely enhancing, and even her cultivation level was rapidly increasing. The silver-blue mist surrounding her was Dao spiritual qi, more advanced than the Dao spiritual qi of the 3,000 great worlds, making her so immersed that she couldn't extricate herself. Meanwhile, Bachan Star Monarch frowned deeply, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment and doubt. What is that? In the bright celestial vault, a magnificent palace stood above the sea of clouds, with immortal gods constantly flying in and out. Inside the palace, Xianyuan Human Venerable sat on the emperor's throne, with one hand supporting his face and the other tapping lightly on the armrest. From his furrowed brows, he appeared anxious. A figure flew into the hall, the light dispersed, and Sichuan the Old Immortal revealed his true form. Taking a few steps forward, he said, "Your Highness, he has agreed." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable jumped up with a look of surprise and immediately asked, "How did he say it?" Sichuan the Old Immortal recounted all his exchanges with Guwen word for word, and after listening, Xianyuan Human Venerable also calmed down, slowly sitting down. "He indeed is an extraordinary great power. I have implicated him," Xianyuan Human Venerable remarked with emotion. Back then, when he held the advantage, he invited Guwen, who politely declined. Now, as he reaches his downfall, Guwen instead extends a helping hand for the celestial spirit great worlds, all living beings, filling him with admiration for Guwen. Sichuan the Old Immortal nodded, sensing that Guwen indeed disliked trouble, even hesitating when presented with the heavenly Dao Emperor Jade. Xianyuan Human Venerable followed up with the question, "Can he truly turn the tide alone?" Sichuan the Old Immortal replied helplessly, "Now only he is willing to act. Those Supreme Immortals are unwilling to intervene at this time, even that Supreme One refuses to send disciples to aid you, and there's no response from other realms." Xianyuan Human Venerable was silent. Sichuan the Old Immortal also felt conflicted inside, but he understood that it wasn't because those powerful beings were too ruthless, but rather that in everyone's eyes, Xianyuan Human Venerable was indeed destined to lose. Even though he had gained Guan's consent, Sichuan the Old Immortal merely felt there was hope for a comeback, without absolute confidence. The great immortal divine Yuan's forces had too many great powers, coupled with 90% of the 3,000 great worlds already under the great immortal divine Yuan's control, making it seem that this struggle for the Son of Heaven was already over. Did he mention when he would make a move? Xianyuan Human Venerable asked again. Zixuan the Old Immortal shook his head, saying, "He said he will choose the timing himself." Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned, feeling uncomfortable with this passive predicament. Before this struggle for the Son of Heaven began, he had been very popular in the celestial court, facing any immortal position with composure and nobody refusing his requests. Now, he had not yet returned to the celestial court but already felt the pressure from it, with everything he once had gradually slipping away, and those who once showed kindness perhaps now looking on coldly, watching him fall into the abyss. Xianyuan Human Venerable took a deep breath, trying hard to adjust his emotions. Just then, he heard a wailing sound, causing him to raise an eyebrow involuntarily, and he looked outside the hall, asking, "What is that sound?" Zixuan the Old Immortal was also startled, turned to look. A breeze blew outside the hall, stirring his white hair. In his pupils, a dim void was reflected, with a silver light cutting through the darkness. "What is that?" Zixuan the Old Immortal's divine sense locked onto a great thousand world captured by the great immortal divine Yuan. That great thousand world had plunged into utter darkness, the demonic mist forming clouds, obscuring the sun, and the land desolate, littered with white bones. A gigantic divine sparrow carrying a seven-colored glow flew into this great thousand world, dispelling the darkness. Amidst a pile of rubble, there were dozens of human race cultivators meditating and healing. The silver light sprinkled on them, and they instinctively looked up, witnessing an unforgettable sight. It was a silver-white divine bird with wings spanning the sky, its long tail feathers bearing a seven-colored glow, like a rainbow unfurling. The eyes of the human race cultivators flickered with a peculiar light, and upon seeing such a majestic divine bird, hope and longing were born in their hearts involuntarily. In this dark era, with demons rampant, living was so hard, and all living beings yearned for hope, longing to see the light of day again. Yet the immortal gods did not aid them. Sangtian showed them no favor. Under their gaze, the silver-white divine bird flew towards the horizon, in the direction where the demonic chi was the densest. Ia the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The ground began to quake, a familiar yet terrifying aura erupted from afar. Clearly, this silver-white divine bird had alarmed that demon. Could it be that the immortal gods have arrived? Nonsense. Those demons are mere minions of the immortal gods. It should be a spiritual object of heaven and earth, though the immortal gods do not pity all living beings, heaven and earth do, for those demons hail from outer heaven. I wonder if it can prevail over those demons. The human race cultivators glanced at the silver-white divine bird, whispering anxiously, fearing the shattering of hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798. Under the gaze of dozens of cultivators, a monstrous fog rose at the end of the world, its length and width immeasurable, seemingly swallowing half the sky. In the endless darkness appeared a pair of terrifying eyes, like two blood moons, oppressive and eerie. Dozens of cultivators felt their hearts race with fear, but when the gallant silver bird's majestic form entered their sight, their terror instantly dissipated a great deal. The silver-white divine bird showed no fear. As its divine wings vibrated, it did not stir up winds, seeming not to belong to this world, making it appear all the more agile. Suddenly, the silver-white divine bird abruptly accelerated, transforming into a rainbow of 7 colors, charging into the massive black fog, causing the heavens and earth to erupt with dazzling radiance, compelling dozens of cultivators to instinctively close their eyes, unable to look directly ahead. Roar! A hysterical roar echoed in their ears, deafening, yet they were no longer afraid, because within those roars they heard despair. Those unyielding, supremely cruel evil demons were in despair. What an inspiring thing! Above the grand hall, Xianyuan Human Venerable stood before the throne, and together with Elder Zixuan, watched in the same direction. They all saw the silhouette of the Wuxia divine sparrow. Is it the ancestor master Wuxia taking action? This bird is truly formidable. Xianyuan Human Venerable could not help but speak, his tone full of surprise. Elder Zixuan did not turn around. He steadily watched that great thousand world, seeing Wuxia divine sparrow press forward, annihilating all evil demons that obstructed its path. His heart equally stirred. It seemed the ancestor master Wuxia is not just talk. With such a divine bird, who can resist? After all, being an immortal monarch, he cannot discern the cultivation level of this divine bird. Not only him, Xianyuan human venerable could not see through it either, which is why they felt invigorated, sensing hope to reverse the situation. Wuxia divine sparrow moved swiftly, only making a round through that great world and vanquishing all evil demons within. These demons hailed from chaos, yet facing Wuxia divine sparrow, no divine skills they performed could shake its form. Instead, they were burned to ashes by its overwhelming flames of 7 colors. Unstoppable! After destroying the evil demons of this great world, Wuxia divine sparrow flew outside the heavens, crossing the void, directly descending upon the next great world. This world was likewise occupied by the great immortal divine Yuan, and all beings were in distress. The rainbow light drove away the darkness, bringing light to all beings, bringing hope to Xianyuan human venerable. However, Xianyuan human venerable and Elder Zixuan saw an endless stream of great powers, evil demons approaching Wuxia divine sparrow. The moment Wuxia divine sparrow appeared, it alarmed the immortal gods under the great immortal divine Yuan. In this contest for the celestial mandate, some immortal gods were responsible for overseeing the entire situation, immediately detecting any changes. Upon arriving at the second great thousand world, spatial black holes continuously appeared in the dark celestial vault. Mighty heavenly soldiers and generals, members of the Mo Luo clan, and possessors of demon god bodies appeared, densely packed, quickly surrounding Wuxia divine sparrow. Even in the stone hall, Baichen Star Monarch saw this scene. He frowned, watching the magnificent Wuxia divine sparrow, feeling a sense of unease. The battle in the 3,000 great worlds was not his concern. His current responsibility was to oversee the master of the great world within the hall. What on earth is the origin of this bird? Why have I never seen it before? Baichen Star Monarch muttered to himself, continuing to observe, but the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. Even when encircled by 1,000,000 opponents, that divine bird did not stop. It was completely unstoppable. Those he deemed formidable could not withstand the divine bird, their attacks utterly ineffective. You successfully seized 908,762,431 years of lifespan from Night Demon Monarch, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. You successfully seized 32,870,871,107 years of lifespan from Su Qioma, late stage of Hengtian golden immortal realm. You successfully seized 64,592,883 years of lifespan from Heavenly Falling Star, late stage of innate golden immortal realm. One prompt after another popped up before Gu An's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, those daring to participate in the celestial mandate struggle mostly have known their fate and had to take a gamble to avoid death. Immortal gods could not grant him lifespan, but fortunately, there were enough evil demons. Gu An's lifespan began to surge wildly, even making his Dao heart ripple. To him, the lifespan was like the experience bar in a game, concerning his strength. Seeing the experience bar shoot up at an unprecedented pace, he felt both exhilarated and somewhat anxious. Even though he was killing evil demons of the most despicable kind, killing too many could become burdensome. Xianxia the novel of Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He could only think that he was helping the 3,000 great worlds, and with Xianyuan human venerable around, the celestial court would not hold him accountable. Although he already possessed the ability to face the celestial court, Guan still did not want to prematurely become its enemy. The celestial emperor was his imaginary foe, not that he necessarily wanted to battle the celestial emperor, but he had to ensure he possessed the effortless strength to eradicate the celestial emperor before he could completely disregard the celestial court. Guan stood up, preparing to take a walk in the dojo to disperse his focus. But the speed at which his lifespan increased was faster than he imagined. When he reached the foot of the mountain, new prompts appeared before him. Your lifespan has broken through 10 trillion years for the first time, unlocking the lifespan inheritance feature. Lifespan inheritance. You can freely choose to consume a certain number of lifespans to conduct lifespan inheritance. You will enter the vanished Enlightenment Seeker Dojo to listen to their teachings. The grade of the dojo corresponds to the lifespan you consume, with a minimum consumption of 100 billion years per session. Not an upgrade to the previous lifespan feature? Looking at the 100 billion years consumption bottom line, Guan felt it was a trap. There once was a time when 100 billion years was a lifespan number he could only aspire to. No, can't use it recklessly. Guan thought silently. He had already unlocked lifespan detection, lifespan barrier, lifespan deduction, life expectancy prediction, lifespan fusion, lifespan reincarnation, lifespan simulation, lifespan dojo, lifespan breakthrough, lifespan projection, and lifespan inheritance. Many of these features he rarely used, but he would never consider them too few. Some things can go unused but cannot be absent. Guan moved along the small river at the foot of the mountain, his gaze shifting towards the 3,000 great worlds. Wuxia divine sparrow flew over one great thousand world after another, attracting the pursuit of great immortal divine Yuan's minions, while immortal gods were ceaselessly obliterated and resurrected, continuously returning to battle. Meanwhile, the Mo Luo clan was frightened, and the number of those going to support dwindled. Various sects of the Great Thousand Worlds dared not rashly participate, and Guan did not make things difficult for them because they had no choice. Exhausting and eradicating all evil demons and immortal gods, each Great Thousand World would naturally return to peace. After the calamity, each world's sects would need to govern and restore the heavens and earth. Arriving at a valley, Guan saw Nzizai teaching a disciple a lesson. The disciple was a young man kneeling before Nzizai. Facing the stern Nzizai, the disciple wore a defiant expression, meeting his gaze without fear. Guan became intrigued, and Nzizai's prestige within the Wuxia far exceeded Nzin's. With Nzizai not present, the disciples feared him most. Yet there was a disciple daring to be stubborn with Nzizai? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799. Major Variables. Do you still not realize your mistake? Nzizai glared angrily at the disciple kneeling in front of him and shouted somberly. The disciple looked up, gritting his teeth, and said, "What mistake did I make? That person relied on his family's influence to bully others. As a Wuxia disciple, I ought to take action when I see such things. Do you not know the rules of the Wuxia sect? Wuxia disciples must not interfere in the affairs and grievances on the continent. If you encounter injustice, you can report it to the officials. With your status as a Wuxia disciple, no one would dare neglect you. Reporting to the officials, who merely evade responsibility, what is the point? Is my cultivation not meant to punish the wicked and eradicate evil? Are you questioning Wuxia, questioning the Nine-Spirit Dynasty? I am not questioning. It's just that when I encounter it, I cannot let it go." Watching the two confront each other, Guan also understood the ins and outs of the situation and simultaneously gained a clear impression of the disciple. This disciple was named Wang Lin, the 8th-generation disciple of Wuxia, born on the Nine-Spirit continent. His family was relatively happy. Although his talent was not the strongest, he was born with an overwhelming sense of justice, always stepping in to help when he saw injustice. This drew the attention of Duan Li. Duan Li inherited the destiny-defying divine skill modified by Guan, and through continuous passing of skills, his cultivation ranked among the top in Wuxia. Wang Lin was his direct disciple, but he did not inherit the destiny-defying divine skill. Instead, he was personally taught by Nzizai. Nzizai treated him as his own flesh and blood, only falling short of imparting the myriad supreme palm to him. On the surface, the Nine-Spirit continent seemed harmonious, but in places with many people, injustice inevitably arises. Human nature is also unpredictable. Even at the foot of Wuxia, unjust events still happen. Whenever the suffering came to kneel before Wuxia Mountain's gate, Enzizai would send people to aid them. He didn't want Wuxia disciples to interfere too much in worldly affairs, as this would accumulate more conflicts and alter the disciples' mindset. After all, Wuxia was an immortal cultivation arena, not a product of power. Seeing Zhuang Xian still stubborn, Enzizai, irritated, wanted to slap him, but his right hand hovered over his head, unable to come down. "You truly want to anger me to death?" Enzizai scolded with glaring eyes. As he was about to speak harshly, he suddenly noticed Guwen walking towards them, his anger dissipating instantly. He hurriedly sidestepped Zhuang Xian and approached Guwen. Zhuang Xian instinctively turned to look, and when he saw Guwen, his face changed dramatically. He immediately bowed his head, his heart suddenly in turmoil. He was not familiar with the ancestor but had met him a few times. Although they didn't have much interaction, he admired the ancestor the most. Thinking he might embarrass himself in front of the ancestor threw his heart into chaos. However, he did not regret it. He believed he hadn't done anything wrong. Even if he were expelled from Wuxia, he wouldn't regret it. "Do you intend to strike your junior?" Guwen came to Enzizai and asked with a smile, and before his eyes, messages about seizing lifespan kept popping up, putting him in a very pleasant mood. Enzizai almost broke into a cold sweat hearing this. He helplessly said, "Who told him to be so stubborn?" He narrated what Zhuang Xian had done, seemingly angry, yet his tone unavoidably conveyed a sense of gratification. Zhuang Xian was righteous, loved to fight against injustice, and refused to yield. A disciple like this was rarely found even at the Wuxia dojo. Though Wuxia disciples were not evil, because of countless years of transmission, most had developed a detached attitude, put harshly, indifference. Enzizai understood Gu An's constraints were out of fear that the disciples would become too indulgent, so he was in no position to judge whether the rules of Wuxia were right or wrong. He needed to follow Gu An's established rules. He's quite good like this. Different ways should be allowed. As long as one is wholeheartedly benevolent, it's not necessarily bad. If you want to forge him, why not let him go out and train? Guwen, smiling, commented. Somehow, looking at Zhuang Xian reminded him of his reincarnation body, Yang Xian, who also loved to stand against injustice, unyielding, though not as impetuous as Zhuang Xian. Speaking of which, Liya also possessed a sense of justice, but Liya acted with more discretion, never being stubbornly fixated. He idles around every day. If he wants to cultivate to the Zizai immortal realm, he may still need some time. And Zizai shook his head and sighed. "It's all right, let him go ahead, consider it an exception." Guwen waved his sleeve with a generous laugh, but his words instead made Enzizai hesitate. Enzizai hesitated in speaking, and Guwen, reading his thoughts, reproached, "I say training means training. I never beat around the bush. I also want to see if, after experiencing the red dust, he will still maintain such a pure heart. I am very much looking forward to it." With that, Guwen walked towards the distant mountains and forests, his gaze gliding over Zhuang Xian's back without a trace. And Zizai froze, then grew delighted and promptly bent in salute towards Guwen. After Guwen disappeared into the forest, and Zizai approached Zhuang Xian. At this moment, Zhuang Xian was apprehensive, uncertain if the ancestor's arrangement was to train him or to suppress his spirit. And Zizai looked down at him and said, "You heard him, prepare to go out and train. As for when to return, I won't limit you, but you must stay outside for at least 1,000 years." Zhuang Xian, fearless, responded loudly, "All right. I will never let you or the ancestor down." His words sounded like a promise, but his tone seemed to oppose Enzizai. And Zizai glared at him, urging, "Hurry up and get out of here." Zhuang Xian knelt and bowed to Enzizai, then stood up and left. "Be sure to inform your master first." Enzizai instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xian waved his hand as he walked away without looking back. Here the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Watching his back, Enzizai's stern expression faded, replaced by anticipation. How many years had it been? It was the first time the ancestor personally arranged for a disciple to train, also anticipating whether this boy would change his will. I hope you truly remain as repulsed by evil as you claim. If you maintain it, you will turn the tide, which is also the good fortune a righteous heart should have. And Zizai thought silently, having realized a deeper meaning. If Zhuang Xian returns and earns Gu An's commendation and inheritance, it will inspire other disciples to foster a spirit of goodwill and guide them towards the direction Wuxia should take. But then again, the ancestors seemed so happy. What exactly happened? And Zizai turned to watch where Guan had gone, curious about what had transpired. Meanwhile, Guan continued along the mountain path, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves, falling upon him. The prompts in front of him had not ceased. His lifespan had already increased to an astonishing degree. He even felt that after this battle, he could pursue a higher realm. Of course, it would be best to lay low for now. If he broke through again, even amidst chaos, it might alarm the entire celestial court, possibly rousing the celestial emperor from his immersion in reincarnation. At that moment, Guan raised an eyebrow. A turn of events occurred in the battle across the 3,000 great worlds. Even such beings are joining the fight? This was an occurrence never before seen in the previous fates, indicating something extraordinary lay behind the great immortal divine Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800. Not allowed to roam freely inside the dimly lit Great Hall, all the masters of the great worlds were already awake, sitting in meditation, reviewing their earlier gains. Zhu Shi suddenly opened her eyes, her eyebrows knitted tightly, a look of confusion in her eyes. As she pondered, she lifted her gaze when she caught sight of Baichen Star Monarch, and couldn't help being drawn to his expression. Baichen Star Monarch stood on the steps, gazing at the dark celestial vault outside the palace. It was unclear what he was thinking, but his expression clearly showed he was troubled. Could it be that the Son of Heaven met with mishap? Zhu Shi instantly thought of this. She closed her eyes to avoid being noticed by Baichen Star Monarch. But she was no longer able to cultivate peacefully. If something truly happened to the Son of Heaven, wouldn't it mean the celestial throne struggle would shift? Even though the great immortal divine Yuan had already reclaimed 90% of the great worlds, Zhu Shi always felt uneasy, because no matter how she looked at it, the actions of the great immortal divine Yuan did not conform to the heavenly Tao. How could immortal gods drive evil demons into battle and allow them to devour all living beings? Although the Taiwei Great World was spared from the evil demons occupying and spreading chaos, it was only because she allied with the great immortal divine Yuan at the beginning of the celestial throne struggle. She had heard of the fate of other great thousand worlds, all of which had become human purgatories under the occupation of the great immortal divine Yuan. It was precisely because of these actions that left these auxiliary forces confused and uneasy, fearing that after the great immortal divine Yuan's victory, their meritorious deeds would be erased. If this Son of Heaven truly fails, how should the Taiwei Great World conduct itself? Zhu Shi thought with a heavy heart. Although she was an outsider, she had been in the Taiwei Great World for so many years and founded the new Holy Court. She had come to regard the Taiwei Great World as her own and did not wish for it to become yet another purgatory for evil demons. Meanwhile, in another great hall far away, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Ci Xian Old Immortal were also observing the battle. Unlike Baichen Star Monarch's worried expression, these two immortal gods were very excited, praising the power of the Wuxia divine sparrow. Even if a supreme immortal takes action, it might not stop this bird. Ancestor Master Wuxia is truly formidable to rear a divine creature like this. Ci Xian Old Immortal stroked his beard and laughed, saying that the celestial court also had powerful divine beasts and immortal beasts, but such a mighty existence as the Wuxia divine sparrow was rare, and even Ci Xian Old Immortal, despite living countless years, had never seen such a majestic presence. CTH Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia divine sparrow was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the 3,000 great worlds, using its own radiance to tear apart the darkness enshrouding the great thousand world, incinerating the world's evil demons, advancing relentlessly, unstoppable. There are indeed many clever people. Xianyuan Human Venerable smirked mockingly. Those living beings and evil demons without celestial destiny from the celestial court dared not approach the Wuxia divine sparrow. Only the heavenly soldiers and generals pressed on, unafraid of death. Xian Old Immortal responded, when those immortal gods die enough times, even their courage will dissipate. Immortal gods might be immortal, but they cannot be resurrected continuously. Each resurrection consumes their celestial destiny, and when exhausted, a decline in cultivation level is the least. Severely, they might lose their immortal position, and those immortal gods wouldn't risk their lives for the great immortal divine Yuan to such an extent. Xianyuan Human Venerable nodded. The situation was favorable, which also improved his mood greatly. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Xian Old Immortal also sensed something. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? What is this aura?" An overwhelming celestial might, far beyond his cultivation level, was descending upon the 3,000 great worlds, oppressing the living beings of every world, including those of the celestial spirit great world. Which celestial Dao Venerable wants to aid the great immortal divine Yuan? Is this permissible? Xian Old Immortal anxiously asked, feeling it unfair that when the tides were about to turn in their favor, a celestial Dao Venerable came to support the great immortal divine Yuan. The celestial throne struggle does not allow celestial Dao Venerables to intervene. The most important test is to win over the mortal spirits. Ancestor Master Wuxia lacks celestial destiny, which is within the rules. Xianyuan Human Venerable's face was solemn as he stated, "It's not a venerable, it's a supreme immortal, one of the strongest among the supremes. Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal." These words fell like a heavy hammer, rendering Xian Old Immortal silent. The Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal is known as the pinnacle of immortals, and beyond that, even though still named immortal, they transcend that realm, becoming akin to the great Dao itself. In the celestial court, the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal is also a supremely powerful presence. Xian Old Immortal thought of those Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals who remain as supremes, feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down. Those beings remain as supremes only due to insufficient merit or previous misaligned allegiance. They have become reclusive and unpredictable due to various reasons, making Xian Old Immortal feel as though he was walking on the edge of a knife around them. After a while, Xian Old Immortal managed to squeeze out a question. "Your Highness, will Ancestor Master Wuxia take action against Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal?" Xianyuan Human Venerable did not answer. His pupils reflected the form of the Wuxia Divine Sparrow. The Wuxia Divine Sparrow seemed unaware of the arrival of the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Continuing to press forward, the immortal gods along the way were like countless light stars disintegrating upon contact, unable to halt its advance. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guwen continued to wander, no longer seeing lifespan prompts before him, as now all the enemies besieging the Wuxia Divine Sparrow were immortal gods, which left him slightly regretful. Even the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal wants to participate in the celestial throne struggle. It seems that no matter how high the cultivation level, there are times when one cannot see through the situation. Guwen thought silently, though he did not consider the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal a threat. He couldn't help but reflect upon seeing the involvement of a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. In the endless Dao Mountain, the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal was a supreme existence. Even immortal gods were willing to listen to their teachings. Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals possessed vast divine skills, capable of traversing past and future, even creating worlds. Theoretically, such beings should have found freedom, yet why engage in great cause and effect? Xianyuan Human Venerable holds the Celestial Emperor's Heavenly Dao Emperor Jade. Could it be that behind the great immortal divine Yuan, there is a will challenging the Celestial Emperor? It seems that even the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals in the Celestial Court cannot achieve true freedom. A figure appeared out of thin air before Guwen. It was an Exon, her eyes already turned into Immortal Emperor's eye, her purple pupils exuding such a sinister depth, unfathomable. "Master, is there a formidable enemy approaching?" An Xian asked with a frown. She had been in seclusion for enlightenment, but suddenly felt an unsettling aura. Her divine sense dispersed, discovering that all living beings in the world felt it, some becoming uneasy, some fearful, and some confused. Guwen stopped his steps, looked up, and said, "It's not aiming at the celestial spirit great world, that individual intends to seize the 3,000 great worlds. Who is it and why do this? An immortal god, probably here for the celestial throne struggle." Guwen's response deepened the frown on Nzin's brow. "Another celestial throne struggle, how many years has it been, and why is it not over yet?" Guwen's gaze traversed one great thousand world after another, across the void universe, to the dark void outside the 3,000 great worlds. The 3,000 great worlds are not situated in the same dimension, nor are they adjacent, but a mystical cause and effect links them from different directions. At this moment, within the darkness, a hand was raised, a white right hand with a broad and long white sleeve extending from the wrist. This hand slowly turned over, palm facing forward, beginning to advance. As its 5 fingers started to close, countless star-like lights appeared in the palm, too many to count. When this hand formed a fist, the celestial vault of the 3,000 great worlds suddenly darkened, day turned to night, and night became even darker. An Xian standing next to Guwen was astonished by this scene, instinctively looking towards Guwen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 801. Facing Nzin's gaze, Guwen remained expressionless and said nothing, which made an Xian have to look up again at the dim celestial vault. The entire world suddenly darkened. The all-living beings of the 9-spirit continent were in an uproar. The noise was deafening. Even under the protection of Wuxia, it was like this, let alone the outside world. The multitudes were terrified and uneasy. Countless great cultivators came to outer heaven, discovering that the celestial Dao light layer covering the celestial spirit great world had turned dark, which was why the world was in night. Looking at the pitch-black celestial Dao light layer, all the great cultivators felt a chill on their backs, always feeling that a catastrophe was imminent, which made everyone feel oppressed. Other great thousand worlds were similarly enveloped in an atmosphere of panic. In the distant darkness, that hand slowly retracted, bringing the fist to the chest. It belonged to a man in white robes, his figure tall, white hair casually draping, with a white jade head ornament on his forehead. His face was handsome, but his brows exuded a coldness. He seemed like a cold and ruthless ruler. Even as he held the 3,000 great worlds in his hands, causing countless creatures to fear, his expression did not change in the slightest. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, focusing on his right fist. Silvery flames seeped through the gaps of his fingers, causing this Dao extreme Daoist immortal to feel a burning pain, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He then opened his right fist, and silver flames surged in his palm, like a mountain flood, rushing into the dark void. SAR the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The white-robed Daoist immortal raised his gaze to see a magnificent figure manifesting within the vast silver flames. It was the Wuxia divine sparrow. The Wuxia divine sparrow rapidly expanded, its wings spreading out with gusts of air, fluttering the white-robed Daoist immortal's robes, looking down upon him. In front of the Wuxia divine sparrow, the white-robed Daoist immortal was as small as sand before Mount Tai. The white-robed Daoist immortal looked up at the Wuxia divine sparrow, with his right hand still held at his chest, with a dense number of spots of light hovering above his palm, and those were the 3,000 great worlds. Holding the 3,000 great worlds, his aura was so steady that he wasn't suppressed by the Wuxia divine sparrow. Who are you, with such cultivation level, yet not belonging to the celestial court? Perhaps you and I have met before. The white-robed Daoist immortal spoke, his tone exuding a sense of supremacy. He may not have been the strongest existence, but he was definitely one of those who have lived the longest, having even ventured into chaos. The Wuxia divine sparrow did not answer him, it merely floated before him, flapping its wings. The heavenly will belongs to the great immortal divine Yuan. I hope fellow Daoist does not oppose it. The defeat of Xianyuan human venerable is already certain, so why act at this critical juncture? The white-robed Daoyuo immortal inquired, his Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal aura fully erupting, causing immortal gods and great powers within the 3,000 great worlds to be awed. To think even such an existence is taking action. Su Yu, standing next to Zhang Buku, said solemnly, his eyes for the first time showing strong apprehension. Zhang Buku looked up at the dark celestial vault, saying nothing, not knowing what sort of existence had startled such immortal gods. Their celestial army was currently recuperating and had not gone to war for 10,000 years. Not just them, many immortal gods were looking up at the celestial Dao light layers of the realms, wanting to see the figure of the white-robed Daoyuo immortal, but they could see nothing. The white-robed Daoyuo immortal was freely displaying his aura. He looked at the Wuxia divine sparrow, his lips curling into an arrogant smile, a smile of supreme confidence. Even if the opponent was also a Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal, he was unafraid. Being of the same Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal realm, he hailed from the celestial court, possessing an innate advantage. Moreover, he hadn't had a hearty battle for many years, seldom fighting since stepping into the Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal realm. The Wuxia divine sparrow continued flapping its wings, seemingly not understanding his words, giving no response, retreating neither forward nor backward, which made a cold gleam flash in his eyes. In that case, let me personally drive you away. The white-robed Daoyuo immortal snorted coldly, dropping his right hand, raising his left hand, and grabbing in the void, miraculously forming 9 true dragons radiating brilliant light, larger than the Wuxia divine sparrow, attacking it from all directions. The 9 dragons jointly attacked, unleashing an unparalleled domineering killing pressure that enveloped the Wuxia divine sparrow, causing the silvery flames on its body to freeze. Boom! The white robe of the white-robed Daoyuo immortal billowed violently, his gaze firmly fixed on the Wuxia divine sparrow. As soon as the 9 true dragons touched the Wuxia divine sparrow, they were instantly annihilated. The intense light illuminated the dark void, causing the white-robed Daoyuo immortal to squint. Seeing that his formation couldn't shake the Wuxia divine sparrow, the white-robed Daoyuo immortal was not panicked. His left hand covered with Dao extreme patterns, each containing profound true meaning of the great Dao, instantly presenting the 3,000 great Dao in the dark void, transforming into great rivers of the Dao, rapidly surrounding them. The great rivers of the Dao intertwined, countless world scenes reflected in each great river of the Dao. After blocking Wuxia divine sparrow's retreat, the white-robed Daoyuo immortal's left hand then manifested a large fan made of peacock feathers, which he waved at the Wuxia divine sparrow. A violent Dao true fire rose out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the Wuxia divine sparrow, occupying the space within the confines of the great rivers of the Dao. The firelight shone on the face of the white-robed Daoyuo immortal, with flames burning in his pupils. Suddenly, silver light burst out from the sea of fire, swiftly covering his pupils. Boom! The celestial vault of the 3,000 great worlds suddenly became bright, turning night into day, and even brighter than the usual daytime. An Exin saw the celestial vault brighten suddenly, her heart tightened even more, as her immortal emperor's eye was in intense disquiet. Her intuition told her that if she leapt to outer heaven now, something terrifying surely awaited her. Guan retracted his gaze and turned to leave. And Zin's gaze followed him, and she saw the world dim down to the usual daylight brightness, but compared to before, it seemed somewhat dusky. Seeing her master depart, she knew the mysterious struggle in outer heaven had concluded. The unease brought by the immortal emperor's eye quickly dissipated. She was full of confusion in her heart, what had happened, and what kind of existence had released the previous aura. Meanwhile, Xianyuan human venerable and Xian elder immortal stood in the grand hall, nervously waiting. They couldn't see the battle beyond the heavens, for the celestial Dao destiny had been severed. They suddenly felt the aura of that Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal disappear abruptly. The celestial Dao light layer of the 3,000 great worlds quickly returned to normal. Could it be? Xian elder immortal began excitedly, but didn't finish, fearing another mishap. Xianyuan Human Venerable was shocked, murmuring, "How is it possible, so quickly?" His mind was in turmoil. He had suspected the ancestor Master Wuxia to be strong, but he had not expected this strong. To drive off a Dao extreme Daoist immortal in such a short time? And one from the celestial court at that. He followed with a sense of awe. Such a great power was actually willing to support him. Fortunately, he hadn't been too overbearing when facing the ancestor Master Wuxia earlier, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't have walked out of the Daoist field of the beginningless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802. Vast life span above the layers of the cloud sea, the white-robed Daoist immortal appeared out of thin air. He raised his right foot, seemingly wanting to step forward, but his foot hung in mid-air, unable to land for a long time. His whole body trembled, his face looked extremely bad, and in his pupils, the image of the Wuxia divine sparrow charging at him kept reflecting. His hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly, and his mood was extremely unsettled. He possessed the cultivation level of a Dao extreme Daoist immortal in perfection. Facing that divine bird, his immortal body was obliterated in an instant. When he resurrected and flew out from the heavenly pool, even the celestial gods guarding the pool cast surprised glances at him, which he found so ironic. How could this be? Who on earth is he? Could it be the Xianxia primordial immortal? The white-robed Daoist immortal's face shifted between clear and gloomy. Even though he had deliberately concealed the heavenly secret before striking, preventing the celestial court from noticing this battle, once Xianyuan Human Venerable won, the news would undoubtedly reach the celestial court, and he would definitely become the laughingstock of heaven. He was burning with rage, yet inwardly somewhat fearful. This conflicting emotion made it difficult for him to step forward. The opponent could so easily obliterate him, their cultivation level must vastly surpass his. Going again would only be self-humiliation. But if he didn't go, then the great immortal divine Yuan would be finished. He could see Xianyuan Human Venerable mobilizing his troops, preparing to launch a counterattack. After this battle, the morale of the great immortal divine Yuan's side had plummeted, and in the eyes of the white-robed Daoist immortal, he could already see the 3,000 great worlds falling entirely into Xianyuan Human Venerable's hands. The white-robed Daoist immortal fell silent, standing above the cloud sea for a long time, finally choosing to return to the celestial court. After the unsettling atmosphere across the 3,000 great worlds dispersed, the clamor in various realms continued for a long time. The celestial spirit great world was the first to quiet down, while other great worlds plunged back into turmoil. After defeating the white-robed Daoist immortal, the Wuxia divine sparrow once again descended on the 3,000 great worlds, continuing to gallop and exterminate the evil demons remaining in various realms. This caused more and more evil demons to flee, and the number of immortal gods coming to stop the Wuxia divine sparrow dwindled. Until dusk, Guan retrieved the Wuxia divine sparrow. Name: Guan, lifespan 29,681,470/232,532,584,321,418,460. Physique: primordial infinite creation Dao body. Cultivation level: primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection. Guan's lifespan increased to 230 trillion years. When he broke through the 100 trillion years lifespan, he didn't activate new lifespan abilities or upgrade opportunities, but he didn't mind, as he was enjoying the joy brought by the enormous lifespan. Breaking through to the next great realm is secure. Guan was overjoyed, but worry followed. Today, the Wuxia divine sparrow slaughtered far too many evil demons, and their cultivation levels were not low, involving unimaginable cause and effect. Now, lifespan alerts continuously appeared before Guan's eyes, not to seize lifespan, but to predict life expectancy in determining cause and effect nemesis. The life expectancy prediction is indeed a good thing, at least it gives him a sense of crisis. No matter how high his cultivation, Seeing these endless enemies was inevitably disconcerting. Guan shook his head, ready to fish to soothe his mood. The 9 spirit continents' dusk was beautiful, with birds flying across the sky like they carried hope. Everything appeared so harmonious. In the distance, within a valley, Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong stood on the grass, looking up at the celestial vault, their gaze directed toward the other great thousand world, all immortal gods' faces filled with shock. Did it really turn around? Who on earth is that divine sparrow? So terrifying, those chaos evil demons, immortal gods turned to ash before it. The one who earlier concealed the heavenly secret must be an even more terrifying existence. That divine sparrow disappeared for a while. When it returned, the heavenly secret resumed. Something must have happened in between. Human Venerable actually still had such means hidden. The 72 immortals of Jin Dong talked excitedly, not because they supported Shenyuan Human Venerable, but seeing him, seemingly defeated, suddenly reverse a defeat lasting millions of years within one day was so thrilling, making them inevitably excited. Purple Dragon Star Monarch noticed Tai Immortal Monarch remaining silent. Wondering what he was thinking, his brow furrowed. Unable to hold back, he transmitted his voice to inquire, "Immortal Monarch, do you know the origin of that divine sparrow?" Tai Immortal Monarch turned back, glancing sideways at him, which made his heart tremble with excitement. Could it be? Purple Dragon Star Monarch thought of something. He got excited as well, recalling his experience upon coming to the celestial spirit great world. It felt dreamlike. It was not the first time he was shocked by Ancestor Master Wuxi's cultivation. Who on earth is this person? He suddenly suspected Ancestor Master Wuxia to be an avatar of a celestial Dao Venerable. Only this possibility made sense. Going forward, build the celestial spirit great world well. It will be our greatest opportunity. Tai Immortal Monarch said solemnly, making Purple Dragon Star Monarch nod. Don't be fooled by Tai Immortal Monarch's calm demeanor. Inside he's laughing uncontrollably. Such cultivation, even if unrelated to the celestial court, will inevitably make one a supreme immortal, celestial Dao Venerable. Judging by Gu and allowing his disciple to ascend to immortality, he bore no enmity toward the celestial court, coupled with his attitude toward all living beings. Following such a person, Tai Immortal Monarch was at ease, filled with infinite anticipation. After gambling so many times, he finally gambled right this time. In the dim great hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. All masters of the great world stood, no longer reminiscing about previous insights. Their gazes fell on Baichen Star Monarch. Baichen Star Monarch continued standing atop the steps, but his face was utterly sour, not hiding his terrible mood. The masters of the great world were filled with confusion and unease, yet no one dared to speak. After a long time, Baichen Star Monarch seemed to hear something. His expression changed. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd, saying, "Go back, reorganize your forces, and prepare for battle." Without waiting for questions, he waved his sleeves, sending them out of this realm. Once the hall was left with only him, he sighed, then took out a copper mirror from his sleeve, casting magic onto it. After a while, the mirror surface emitted a ray of light, illuminating a figure with immortal elegance and Daoist bones. "Master, circumstances have changed." Baichen Star Monarch gritted his teeth, recounting everything that had happened. Ia the Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The figure on the mirror was an elder in a cyan robe, with extraordinary presence. His look was as cold as that of the white-robed Daoist Immortal, but as Baichen Star Monarch spoke more, his brows furrowed. Baichen Star Monarch finished speaking, nervously watching the elder, waiting for him to speak. The elder remained silent for a while, then spoke. "Give up, directly return to the celestial court to face punishment. I will intercede for you. It is at least a better outcome than after the defeat of the great immortal divine Yuan." Upon hearing this, Baichen Star Monarch's face dramatically changed. He instinctively wanted to plead, but the words stuck in his throat as he met his master's gaze. He finally swallowed his words, sighed, and bowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.